Check, check. 1, 2, check. We need riders number 7, 13, and 6. Nous avons besoin des coureurs 7, 1, 3 et 6 au départ, s'il vous plaît. Okay, our first rider is on track, and there's the bell in the Flying 200. Our first athlete here is Finley McEwen for Team Callisto for City Velodrome. He's going to set the time to beat the Canadian record set by Riley Pickrell, who's having a pretty good day yesterday. Here we go as it comes down to the wire. He's going to set the new time to beat of 12.60. By the way, good morning, everybody who's watching from home to the day 2 of the 2017 Canadian Track Championships presented by Lexus and brought to you also by Louis Garneau, proud sponsor of Cycling Canada. We're kicking things off here this morning with the sprint qualifications. So this is essentially a 200-meter all-out sprint. Riders on the track are winding up. They have a couple laps to wind up, build their speed. And you'll see as they come around the top part of the track, again, they're building. And when the bell lap rings, they're essentially going to dive down to the start line. There's a white start line over in the first turn. There's the bell. And our next rider is Matthew Hogan from midweek. There we go. He dove down, crossed that white line. He's accelerating all the way around the third and fourth turns, right down to the black and white finish line here. He's going to set the time of there we go. 12 point. Sorry, Matthew Hogan. There we go, 6.46. Sorry, 13.02. There we go, 13.02. So for qualification, the top 16 riders are going to qualify into the 8th finals. Then the next 8 will go on. And just a reminder to anybody the U17s who are in the points race, the U17 men in the points race, there's not enough for 2 qualifiers, so they're just going to run the 1 final, okay? So that's for the points race. And please check the revised schedule. Please check the revised schedule, U17 points race. And there we go, Gregory Zapata-Cordoba from Quebec. We'll check his time here in his 200-meter lap. We're just waiting for his time to come up. Alors, tous ceux et celles qui sont dans les U17, les U17 hommes, les qualifications pour les commissions de points. Course au point. Pour le course au point, ça a été raffiché. Alors, s'il vous plaît, voir la cédule. Sorry, we're still waiting for Greg's time to come up. But next on track, we have Gregory Daniel from Team Callisto. For City Velodrome, there goes the bell. Bell means go, and he's diving down, crosses that white line. That's where the race starts here in turn 1 and 2. He's gonna crank it all the way around as hard as he can. Full throttle, right to the white and black finish line. And Daniel sets a new time of 12.80. All right, so next on track, nous avons Mathias Guillemette de l'équipe du Québec. And this is the U17 men's sprint qualification rounds. They're going to take the top 16 through to the 8th finals a little later on this morning. Sorry, later on this afternoon. There we go. Okay, there goes the bell. The time to beat is 12.80 set by Daniel Gregory. Can the Quebec rider do that? Full throttle, the split interval looks good, right down to the finish line, and he's going to clock a time of 12.78. Good to take over the hot seat. Next on track, from British Columbia for Triple Shot Cycling Club, we have Aiden Croker. And there goes the bell. After his couple laps of wind up, and he dives down to the sprint line, and he's off. The time to beat set by Matthias Guillemette was 12.78, clocked a speed of 56.2 kilometers an hour. Here comes Aiden Croker, looking pretty sharp at the line. Woo, can't quite get there. Clocks a fifth fastest time. Of 13.22. Next on track, from Team Callisto, Forest City Velodrome, Tyler Rourke. There we go, Tyler's off. Full throttle. Oh, split interval's looking good as he brings it to the wire. Yes, we have a new leader with 12, wow, almost 12 seconds flat with a top speed of 59.9K. Wow. Next on track from Équipe du Québec, Tristan Jussaume. Jussaume winding up, and there we go. Start of the 200-meter lap. The time to beat is 12 seconds. Here comes Tristan. Split interval looks good as he crosses the line. Oh, so close. 0.4 of a second out. Good enough for second place. 12.48 seconds. That's okay, you want to make sure you're in the top 16. Currently, Tyler Rourke is sitting in the hot seat with 12 seconds. Tristan Jussaume second, Matthias Guillemette third en troisième, and fourth Gregory Daniel, Matthew Hogan for fifth, Finley McEwen, and Aiden Croker. Next on track from Team Saskatchewan, we have Caleb Bender. Bell rings for Caleb. Caleb had a pretty good day yesterday in racing. Back at it again today. Split interval. Currently in ninth, and as he crosses the line, he's going to clock a time of 13.31. Good enough for a ninth spot. Okay, next on track for Team Cannondale PB40S, Quinn Story. Bell rings for Quinn from British Columbia as he dives down to that start line. Again, the time to beat is 12.009, set by Tyler Rourke. Split interval looks pretty strong as Quinn brings it on down to the home stretch. And, oh, so close, 0.2 of a second out. 12.276 for Quinn Story from BC. Good enough for second place position. Okay, next on track, we have John Cummings from Team Alberta. Again, these riders have a total of 3.5 laps. They use about 2.5 of them to wind up, build their speed, and when that bell goes, all heck breaks loose, and they hit that white start line, and that's a 200-meter full-on sprint. And here comes Cummings. Split interval looks pretty strong as he brings it on the end of the wire. It is going to be, oh, good enough for 4th place, 12.567. Tyler Rourke still holding on to that top spot, sitting in the hot seat here in the sprint qualifications in the U17 men. Quinn Story in second from BC. Tristan Jusson in third from Quebec. Cummings in fourth. Gregory Santiago in fifth. Matthias Guillemette in sixth. Daniel Gregory seventh. Matthew Hogan eighth. And Finley McEwen ninth. Aiden Croker rounding out the top 10. Next on track, we have Andrew Scott from Midweek Cycling. And the bell goes for Andrew Scott. He's hit that start line. His 200-meter sprint is underway here. He's building. Oh yeah, interval looks good. He's right on the mark as he crosses the line. Oh, 8/100ths of a second out. Good enough for second place though, with a time of 12.09. Top speed of 59.5 kilometers an hour. And they're just going to get faster and faster as we get through this list. Some of the fastest sprinters are yet to come here in the U17 men's sprint qualification at the 2017 Canadian Track Championships, brought to you by Lexus. Next on track, Cannondale PB40S team member Ethan Ogranichuk. And bell up goes. Ethan is on his way, building. We'll see what that split interval time looks like here as he comes around. Oh, ho, ho! Right on top. The BC rider crosses the finish line. We have a new leader. Ethan Ogranichuk sets the pace, 11.931 seconds. And the first rider to get over that 60-kilometer-an-hour mark. Well done, Ethan. Okay, next on track for Midweek Cycling Club, Oliver Campbell. Bell goes for Oliver. The time to beat is 11.93, set by Ethan Ogranichuk from BC a few moments ago. Oliver Campbell at the split, looking good in 5th place as he brings it on down to the line. He's going to set a time of 12.30, good enough for 5th place. Again, we're taking the top 16 through to the next round. Next on track for Team La Bicicleta, Madonna Wheelers, James Hedgecock. James also a very talented BMX racer, lots of national titles under his belt. Using those technical skills he learned at BMX here and track cycling worked out pretty well for him yesterday. Bell lap goes. And his 200-meter sprint is underway. The time to beat is 11.93. Yeah, James is looking good at the sprint interval. Whoa, as he crosses the line, digs in. Oh, can't quite hold on to that lead. 3rd place, 12.04. Well done, James. 59.79 kilometers an hour. Ethan Ogranichuk from BC still holds on to that top spot here in U17 men's sprint qualification. 11.93 is the time to beat. Essentially, if you're hitting over that 60 kilometer an hour mark, you're going to be taking over a top spot. Tyler Rourke in for 2nd, James Hedgecock 3rd, Andrew Scott 4th, Quinn Story for 5th. Again, we're taking the top 16 riders through to the next round. All right, next on track, we have Dylan Bibick from Midweek Cycling Club. All right, Dylan is ahead at the interval. Has he got enough gas left in the tank to cross the line in first? Yes, we have a new leader, Dylan Bibick from Midweek. Clocks a time of 11.749 seconds, and the first rider to hit over 61 kilometers an hour. Next on track from Tag Cycling from British Columbia, Tyler Davies. As Tyler winds up, dives down to that start line. There we have it. The 200-meter clock has started for Tyler Davies of British Columbia. Can he beat the 11.74 second time? He's ahead at the interval. At the finish line, he digs in and he does it. We have a new leader, 11.745. Tyler Davies of British Columbia 61.3 kilometers an hour. We're getting into speeding ticket territory over here as they get faster and faster as we move on through these rounds. So again, we're going to take the top 16 qualifiers through to the next round. And our final rider here in the U17 men's sprint qualification, we'll move right into the U17 women's qualification. Alors, ceci marque le dernier coureur ici chez les U17 hommes. All right, here we go. Triple shot racing from BC, Riley Pickrell. Riley currently holds the Canadian record, set in October 2015. There we go, down to the start line. Riley puts it on. Digging in deep. Yeah, he's ahead at the interval, right down to the finish line. And can he do it? Yes, Riley sets a new Canadian record. He beats his own record. Wow. Congrats, Riley. Wow. His last time was 11.463, set in October 2015. Today he smashes that with 11.08. Wow, makes me wonder what's going to happen in finals a little later today. Congrats, Riley. Awesome. Okay, so now we are into the U17 women's sprint qualifications, and we're going to take the top 16 out of these as well. Alors, on commence maintenant le U17 femmes. Ça commence avec Adèle Normand. Très bien faite. The time to beat here in the U17 ladies, set by Adèle Normand from Team Quebec, is 14.39. Alors 14.39. All right, so next on track, la suivante, maintenant Anne-Florence Boutin. Alors, la cloche qui sonne pour Anne-Florence Boutin. Le temps à battre, ici, c'est 14.39 à l'intervalle. Ça a l'air bon jusqu'à la ligne d'arrivée pour Anne-Florence Boutin. Et voilà, deuxième aux qualifications. 15.19, 15.19, good for a second spot for Anne-Florence Boutin from Quebec. Next on track, we have Florence Normand, also from Quebec. And again, in this, we call this the Flying 200. And riders are essentially winding up, building speed for about 2 laps. And then when the bell rings, they're going to dive down to that start line between turns 1 and 2 and sprint all the way around to the start-finish line here in the home stretch. All right, so here we go. Florence, she dives down to that start line. Her 200-meter clock is now ticking. Can she beat the time set by her teammate Adèle Normand? Oh yeah, she's looking good at the interval. At the finish line, Florence Normand is going to be your new leader with a time of 14.30, 14.30. Florence maintenant qui mène ses qualifications chez les U17 femmes en sprint. Okay, next on track, Team Néron Sprint, Lisanne Coffin from Quebec. Her 200-meter time has started now. As she builds, we'll see what the interval time is going to be. Good enough for third. She's going to build speed right to the finish line, and she clocks a time of 14.85. Good enough for third. Bon pour la troisième position dans les qualifications. 14.85 secondes pour Lisanne Coffin. Okay, next on track. Down from the 519, the Windsor area, Katrina Polly Mason. Bell goes for Katrina. She's going to hit that start line right about now, and her 200-meter clock has started to tick. See if she can beat the time set by the Quebec rider of 14.30. That is the time to beat. Currently fifth at the interval, looking pretty sharp. Katrina Polly Mason from Windsor crosses the line with a time of 15.53. Good enough for fifth place position here in the U17 women's sprint qualification. Okay, on track now from Triple Saut Racing Club out of BC. This is Megan Barnes, looking awesome at the sprint interval here. Barnes is gonna be your new leader with a time of 14.29. Tops that 50 kilometers an hour. We have a new leader, Megan Barnes from BC. Florence Normand in second. Adèle Normand in third. Lisanne Coffin, fourth. Anne-Florence Boutin, fifth. Katrina Polly Mason, sixth. Next up, Megan's teammate, also for Team Triple Shot Cycling from British Columbia, Jessica Maitland. Again, the time to beat, set by Megan Barnes, 14.29. As Jessica winds up, she builds her speed. Here's that bell. She gets on the gas. And there we go. Her 200 meters has started. Jessica Maitland from British Columbia. We'll see what her interval time is going to be. Whoa, 5th place right now as she builds speed right to the finish line. Jessica clocks a time of 15.05. Good enough for 5th place. Maintenant sur piste, now on track, Iris Gabellier from l'équipe du Québec. Iris is building speed. Again, they have a couple laps to build up their speed. Now she's starting to get on the gas, and when they hear that bell, they're going to accelerate to that start line, and it's a 200-meter all-out sprint. This is the U17 women's sprint qualifications. There we go, the bell rings for Iris. Iris, and then now, there we go, her 200 meters has started. She's on the gas, she's accelerating. We'll see what her interval time brings here. Oh, 3rd place, but she's still going strong right to the finish line. Iris Gabellier from l'équipe du Québec at the finish line. She digs in. 4th place, good enough to get into that next round with a time of 14.41 seconds. And some of the fastest sprinters here in the women's U17 still yet to come for qualifying. We're looking at one of them right now, Adèle Desgagnes. She had a pretty good day in racing yesterday. She is now on track from Équipe du Québec. Bell rings for Adèle. La cloche qui sonne pour Adèle. There she goes, gets on the gas, and there, her 200 meters has now started. She's accelerating, looking pretty good, very strong here at the interval. Yes! At the top, see if she can hold on to that. Right to the finish line, and we have a new leader, Adèle Desgagnes, qui mène cette qualification maintenant chez les femmes U17 en qualification de sprint contre la montre with a time of 13.35 seconds, 53.93, the fastest we've seen yet in this qualification here in the U17 women's. All righty. The next girl on the track right now, Madison Dempster, owns this event. She is the current Canadian record holder in the U17 women's sprint. Her time she set was 12.712, just set a couple months ago right here in Milton. Madison Dempster from Midweek Cycling Club here in Ontario. Building speed, here's that bell. Yeah, there we go. Her 200-meter sprint has started, and she is on the gas. Again, she's the current Canadian record holder. We saw one broke early by Riley. Yeah, there it is. She's on the top spot here in the interval and crosses the line. We have a new leader and a new Canadian record. Wow, she smashes her own time. 12.60. Well done, Madison. Wow, way to go, Maddie. Congratulations, well done. A new Canadian record here in the U17 women's sprint. 12.60 with a speed of 57.1 k an hour. But some of the fastest women are still yet to come as well. One of them, Casey Garrison from British Columbia for Team Triple Shot Cycling. And the bell goes for Casey. Can she beat the 12.60 time just set by Maddie Dempster? Her sprint has started. Looking pretty strong. At the interval, currently in third, but that's okay. As she builds her right to the finish line. Well done, holds on to that third place spot. Casey Garrison, 13.94 seconds. Next up on track, from Team Callisto, Forest City Velodrome, Kylie Stars. Bell goes for Kylie as she builds her speed. And she starts her 200-meter sprint. The time to beat is 12.60. Kylie Stars looking strong at the interval. Here she goes, the crowd goes wild at the line. She's gonna clock a time of 13.35, pardon me. Good enough for third place qualifying spot. All right, next on track, with 3 riders left. From Team Alberta, Samantha Hargraves. Bell goes for Samantha. As she accelerates to that start line, there she goes. Her 200 meters has now started. She's gonna build her speed. We'll see what the time is at the interval. Yeah, good enough for 6 spots. Samantha Hargraves from Team Alberta digs in right to the finish line. Well done, good enough for 5th place qualifying spot with a time of 14.269. All right, next on track, and then there were 2. Liz Archibald had an awesome day of racing yesterday. Picked up some hardware. Liz Archibald for Team La Bicyclette Madonna Wheelers. Slowly building around the track. Again, riders, this is riders have a total of 3.5 laps. The final 200 is an all-out sprint to the finish. They ride around the top to build their speed. There we go. Liz Archibald starts to pick up the pace, and then they use that downhill slope coming out of the turn. And they dive down into that start line right about now. There we go. And her 200 meters has started. Liz Archibald, can she smash the time set by Madison Dempster of 12.60? Whoa, looking good at the interval. In second place spot, Liz Archibald brings it on home with a time of 3.17 in second place here in the qualification round of the U17 women. And our final competitor here in the U17 women's sprint qualification. From BC, the West Coast is the best coast. Triple shot cycling, Sarah Van Dam. Van Dam winding up. Bell goes, she's accelerating. Dives down into that start line. There she goes, her 200 meters has started. Can she smash the time of 12.60 set by Maddie Dempster moments ago? Sarah Van Dam currently second at the interval. And she's gonna cross the line with a time of 13.09, good enough for second place overall in this U17 women's sprint qualification. We need rider 310 and a bike check, please. Coureur numéro 310 à l'inspection de vélo tout de suite. 310 and a bike check, please. Okay, now we're going to move right on into the junior women's sprint qualification. And we have a total of 9 women, and the top 8 will qualify for the quarterfinals. Starting things off here from Quebec, Anne-Pascale Ouellette. There we go, and the bell goes for Anne-Pascale. Hits that start line. The clock is ticking for her. She's going to set the pace here in the junior women's sprint qualification. And she crosses the line with a time of 13.32, 13.32 pour Anne-Pascale Ouellette. And she's going to set the pace here in the junior women's sprint qualification. Next on track. Maintenant sur la piste, équipe du Québec, Joséphine Paloquin. the bell goes, la cloche qui sonne pour Joséphine Péloquin. The time to beat is 13.32. We'll see how she looks in the interval. Looking pretty good, pretty strong for Joséphine as she brings it on down to the finish line. Joséphine Péloquin, good enough for second place. Deuxième position with a time of 13.81. Next on track from Team NCCH. Down in Hamilton Way, Deirdre Henderson. Again, this is the Junior Women's Sprint Qualification, qualification contre la montre pour, en sprint pour les femmes juniors. Here we go. Deirdre's time is going to start right now as she crosses that line. 200 meters, all-out sprint. The time to beat is 13.32, set by the Quebec rider. Currently in third at the interval time. As she crosses the line, well done, Deirdre Henderson from Hamilton with a time of 14.24. Next on deck here, from l'équipe du Québec, nous avons Catherine Bergeron. Bell goes for Catherine. As she builds her speed, dives down into that first turn, crosses that start line, and her 200-meter clock is on. Catherine Bergeron looking really strong here and is ahead at the first interval. As she brings it on down to the wire, Catherine Bergeron digs deep. We have, so close. Thought we had a new leader there. Catherine Bergeron for second pour la deuxième position avec un temps de 13.42. 13.42 is Catherine's time. That's all right. We're going to take the top 8 for qualifying through to the next round. Next on track, also from Équipe du Québec, Charlotte Toussignan. And the bell goes for Charlotte. Her time is going to start now. There she goes. Crosses that start line. Toussignan, can she beat her teammate's time of 13.32? Looking good at the interval. Here we go. We may have a new leader as she crosses the line. She does it. We have a new leader. Nous avons quelqu'un qui nouvelle gagnante ici qui mène cette qualification. 13.26 secondes. 13.26 seconds. We have a new leader here in the junior ladies sprint qualification. Next on deck, another Team Quebec rider. Hey, these guys they're owning all the real estate here in the junior women's sprint qualification. The top 4 spots are Quebec riders. How cool is that? Next up, Laurie Jussom, the bell goes for her. Gonna try to make it a sweep here from Team Quebec in those top 5 spots. The clock has started, and at the interval, she's ahead. Laurie Jussom is ahead at the interval, and at the line, do we have a new leader? Yes! Félicitations, Laurie. 12.64. Amazing time set by Laurie Jussom. Alors, le Québec, qui ont les 5 première place en qualification. Look at all those fleur-de-lis flags flying high up there on the scoreboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have 3 riders left. 3 riders left here in the junior women's sprint qualification. Our 7th rider on deck right now is Charlotte Creswick from Team Callisto.
One milk, one sugar.
Charlotte is out of the saddle and cranking it into that start line. There we go, her 200 meters of Scarlet. Charlotte Creswick from Team Callisto Forest City Velodrome ahead at the first interval. As she brings it down to the wire, can she do it? Do we have a new leader? Yes, we do. Charlotte Creswick, 12.19, sets a new pace here in the junior women's sprint qualification. Next up, we have our Team BC rider, Arrond Atwell. Okay, Arrond Atwell from BC. Building speed as she comes into her bell lap. There we go, she dives down to the start line. 200 meters is started for Arrond Atwell from BC. Oh, second placement by a hair at the interval time, and as she crosses the finish line, whoa, holds on to that second place qualifying spot with a time of 12.35 seconds. Charlotte Creswick still holding on to that lead here in the junior women's sprint qualification. Arrond Atwell from BC in second, Laurie Jussom from Quebec in third, and Quebec riders occupy the next 5 qualifying spots. All right, next on deck, our final rider, Maggie Coles-Lister from BC for Tag Cycling. Bell goes for Maggie. Building speed, digging in hard as she starts her 200-meter sprint lap. Maggie Coles-Lister picked up 2 golds and a silver yesterday in racing. Ahead at the interval, she's gonna cross the line. Do we Your first place qualifier here in the junior women's sprint qualification with a time of 12.06. So we will have the top 8 move on. Unfortunately, Deirdre Henderson from Team NCCH was the 9th place qualifier and won't move on to the next round. The remainder will move on to the quarterfinals. We're moving right on into the junior men's sprint now. Up first, John Stewart from Ontario, Team ECG. He's going to set the pace here. Whoa, 60.8 kilometers an hour at the first interval. He crosses the line with a time of 11.86. That is now the time to beat here in the junior men's sprint qualification. Next on track, maintenant sur la piste, Félix Pelletier. Bell goes for Felix. And his time starts now as he crosses that line. His 200-meter sprint. We'll see if he can beat John's time. And Curly second, but only by a hair at the sprint interval. And as he comes down to the wire, well done, Felix Pelletier, 3/100ths of a second off the pace, 11.869 seconds, good enough for second place. And we have a total of 12 men here. We're going to take the top 8 through to the next round. The Canadian record time and world record time set by Canadian and world champion Stefan Ritter, 9.73 seconds. Wow, that was in October of last year. Lachlan Hotchkiss from BC, currently on track. The bell rings for him. There we go, Hotchkiss. Now his sprint is underway. His interval time is currently in third position as he brings on down to the wire. He's going to clock a time of 13.35, good enough for third spot. We'll see if his time can hold up throughout the remainder of the qualifications here in the junior men. The time to beat is 11.865 by John Stewart. And next on track, we have Gabriel Drapos-Goralski from Équipe du Québec. All right, and Gabriel winds up. Here's the bell. Loads up for a sprint. Whoa, he's looking so strong along that black line. And he's ahead at the interval. We may have a new leader here as Gabriel races down to the finish line. Oh, scrubs some speed in that final stretch, but good enough for third position with a time of 11.87. Next up from Team Callisto FCV, Justin Correa from right here in Milton. And again, for everybody who wants to watch from home, our live webcast is currently streaming. You can link to it from the Cycling Canada website or their Facebook page. And if you are in the velodrome snapping pics for Instagram, hashtag CanTrackChamps. CanTrackChamps. Love to see those pics. All right, the clock's about to start here for Justin Carrera from right here at home in Milton. Looking pretty fast at the interval, and he's ahead at the interval, right down to the line. We may have a new leader. Yes, Justin Carrera, 11.456 seconds, 62.8 k an hour. Your new leader here in the junior men's sprint qualification. All right, next on deck from Team Québec, équipe du Québec, Antoine Dalterio. Bell rings for Antoine. There we go, second place at the sprint interval. There we go, we have a new leader, Antoine Dalterio, qui mène maintenant 11.43, 11.43. We have a new leader here in the junior men's sprint qualification, Antoine Dalterio from Quebec. All right, Zach Lipinski from Edmonton Juventus, now on track. And in fourth at the split interval time at the finish line. There we go, it's good enough for sixth place. Again, we're taking the top 8 through to the quarterfinals. Zach Lipinski from Alberta posting a time with 12.004 seconds. But your current leader from Quebec is Antoine Dalterio with a time of 11.439. We have 12 riders here in the junior men's qualification. We're going to take the top 8 through to the next round. That will be the quarterfinals. And next on deck from Équipe du Québec, Tristan Guillemette. All right, Tristan Guillemette building speed here. As he comes through the home stretch, he's gonna dive into that first turn along the black line. There we go, crosses the start line. Tristan Guillemette looking pretty strong here. At the interval, he is ahead. Guillemette, can he take it down to the wire? We have a new leader! Tristan Guillemette maintenant qui mène cette qualification chez les hommes juniors with a time of 11.09, your new leader. Quebec 1, Quebec 2. Wow, Quebec is breeding some pretty hot sprinters, as we saw in the junior women earlier. Dominated by the Quebec riders. So the time now to beat is 11.09. Top speed, 64.8 k an hour. Next on deck, yeah, Team Callisto, Lucas Taylor. All right, clock's gonna start now for Lucas Taylor from London. At the interval, oh, just by a hair in second spot, and to the line, he digs in. Holds on to that second place qualifying spot. 11.30 for Lucas Taylor from London for Team Callisto. Next on track, from Team BC, from Victoria, Adam Atwell. So again, riders have it's a total of 3.5 laps. They're gonna sprint for the final 200 meters. They wind up, they build speed along the top part of the track, and then they use that embankment to dive down into that first turn as soon as they hear that bell. There we go, the bell goes. He's accelerating, he is on the gas. There we go, throttle's wide open here for Adam Atwell. As he races down the backstretch, we'll check that interval time. 5th spot right now as he crosses the line. Yep, holds on to that 5th place qualifying spot. Well done for Adam Atwell from BC. Again, we take the top 8 through to the next round. All right, where's my Team Callisto superfan? Jolanne Sidney, make some noise. As Jolanne builds up speed, again, riders are using that top part of the track. Riding really high along the boards, they're building speed. Jolanne starts to accelerate. And he's gonna dive down that sharp embankment, and there we go, his 200 meters has started. Check out the speed on this kid at the split interval, he's ahead. Jolanne Sidney brings it down the home straight away. We have a new leader here in the junior men's sprint qualification with a smashing time of 10.529. Speed of 68.38 kilometers an hour. That's the fastest we've seen yet here this morning in the qualifications. Hold on to your hats. Our final qualifier here in the junior men's, Nick Wamez from Team Callisto. Yeah, see if he can bump off his teammate Jaland from the hot seat. And the bell goes for Nick Wamez. Here we go. Yes, start now. His 200 meters is underway, and at the interval, oh, he's in second. Right down to the wire. We'll see if he can do it. Hold on to that second. Nick Wamez, 10.92. Deland Sydney, way to go, buddy. Congratulations, qualifying first here in the junior men's sprint qualification rounds. Again, there are 12 of them, 12 riders. We're going to take the top 8 through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations, fellas. What a morning it's been. We've seen 2 Canadian records smashed in the U17s. All right, so now we're going to move on into the U17 women's sprint 8th finals. So in Heat 1, Madison Dempster, she won the first round of qualification, so she gets an automatic bye through to the next round. So we're going to start the second heat with Sarah Van Dam and Florence Normand. Okay, so here's where it gets exciting. So for everybody watching at home, or for all of our spectators not familiar here, so these ladies are seated now as per their qualification runs. And now this is where we're gonna see the classic cat and mouse race with our 2 ladies. So 3.5 laps total. 3 laps. The qualifications is 3.5. 3 laps total. And they're gonna strategically jostle for position. And then it's gonna be an all-out sprint to the finish line. So Sarah Van Dam is in the teal and gray. And our Quebec rider, Florence Normand, is in the black and pink. And we have a total of 8 heats here. And then the winner of each heat will qualify through to the quarterfinals. Yesterday, one of our fastest sprinters here. And there's the bell lap, so final lap. These 2 ladies want to make sure they're in optimal position. You don't want to go out too fast. The other can catch you. There we go. Florence is now on the gas on the outside. Sarah Van Dam from BC is on the inside. Sarah Van Dam on the gas right to the finish line. Here comes Florence on the outside. But Sarah Van Dam, your winner here in the first round, heat number 2 of U17 women's 8th finals. So Sarah Van Dam will move on to the quarterfinals. Okay, so heat number 3 now with Adèle Normand in the black and pink, Liz Archibald in the blue and yellow. They're going to build up speed, and then it's all about tactics here. They want to maintain pretty close distance so they can get ready for that sprint. They don't know when the other is going to break out into that sprint. Go too early and you could be cooked. So you want to make sure you have legs enough to get to the finish line. And also understand, also if you've ridden with each other before, you kind of know each other's strengths and weaknesses. You can capitalize that. Liz Archibald is now, trying to get on. Liz Archibald is in second. Don't count her out. She's a really strong finisher. Looking cool as a cucumber here. The belt lap goes. Florence Normand, and here comes Archibald on the outside, accelerating. Around the last turn, Archibald on the outside, Florence on the inside, and at the line, your winner is going to be Liz Archibald. She's going to move on to the next round. Okay, now we have 2 Team Quebec riders here in the 4th heat of the 8th finals in the U17 women's sprint. Adèle Desgagnés. Adèle Desgagnés in the black helmet, and Iris Gabellier in the pink helmet. Okay, there's the bell lap, and as soon as they hit the 200-meter sprint line, whoever's on the black has to stay on the black. They haven't decided who's that going to be. Oh, there we go. It's going to be Iris. Iris Gabellier takes the lead here. Adèle is on the outside. Iris à l'intérieur. Adèle à l'extérieur. Et Adèle, votre gagnante. Félicitations. Adèle is going to now move on to the next round. Next up, from Quebec, we have Lisanne Coffin. She's in the orange helmet. And Kylie Stars from Team Callisto. She's in the red and black with the white helmet. And stars on her socks. There's some serious sock game here at the 2017 Canadian Track Championships. Again, riders have 3 full laps. When the bell rings, that's their final sprint lap. Kylie Stars paying close attention to where Lisanne is. Lisanne from team Arrond Sprint from the West Island of Montreal. Kylie Stars from Southampton, just north of here. And the bell rings for these two ladies. Slowly building speed. We'll see if Kylie can fend off Lisanne. It's all about strategy here in the qualifying rounds and the sprint. Kylie Stars, Team Callisto in the red. Looking pretty strong down at the finish line. Kylie Stars takes it. She's gonna move on to the next round. All right, on to Heat 6 now in the U17 Women's Sprint 8 Final. Two triple shot racing riders. Casey Garrison in the white helmet. Jessica Maitland in the black helmet. Ladies actually have a pretty quick pace line going. Casey in the front, Jessica in the rear. Both riders from British Columbia. They're going to hear the bell shortly. Casey keeping her eye on Jessica as the sprint bell rings. There we go. Jessica now is on the gas, moving up. Trying to pass Casey. Casey Garrison on the inside. Can she hold off Jessica Maitland at the line as they come around the final home stretch here? And your winner from triple shot, there we go, Casey Garrison. She's going to move on to the next round. We need rider number 20, Tyler Davies, to bike check, please. Tyler Davies to bike check. All right, our second last heat. We have Samantha Hargraves from Team Alberta in the blue and white. And Samantha Hargraves, Anne-Florence Boutin from Team Arrond Sprint from Montreal. She is in the black. Boutin is in the front. Hargraves keeping our eye out. Hargraves is a pretty hard sprinter. There we go, and the bell goes for these ladies. Can Boutte hold off Hargreaves? Hargreaves gets on the gas now, moves up on the outside. Boutte gets on the gas as well, but don't think she's gonna have enough to get around Hargreaves. Hargreaves now extending her lead around the final turn into the home straightaway. It's gonna be Hargreaves from Team Alberta. She's gonna move on to the next round. U17 men, you guys are up next. If you haven't gone through bike check, please do so. After that, the U17 women's points race. All right, our final heat is getting loaded. Megan Barnes from Team Triple Shot in the teal and gray. And Katrina Polly Mason from Windsor here in the white. Okay, so our final matchup here in the U17 Women's 8 final. Again, the winner of each one of these heats will be going on to the next round. U17 men, you're up next. Wow, we have an early break here from Megan Barnes from Triple Shot. See if she's got enough gas left into the tank to hold that pace to the finish line. Katrina Polly Mason in the white there. Can't catch up to her. Looks like that was a really good move by Megan Barnes from BC. She's going to be moving on to the next round. All right, and that concludes U17 Women's Sprint Qualification 8 Finals. We're moving on to the first round here of U17 Men. In Heat 1, our first matchup, we're going to have Oliver Campbell from Midweek and Riley Pickerel from Triple Shot. Okay, so our first matchup here in the U17 men's sprint. Riley Pickerel in the teal and gray. Campbell Oliver in the red, white, and blue kit from Midweek. Again, the riders have 3 laps. They're going to kind of sort themselves out and strategize, figure out when the best time to break will be. When they hear the bell, that's going to be their final lap. Again, this is the traditional cat and mouse, like we call it. Whoa, Riley making a break for it. Here comes Oliver. Oliver and Riley. Whoa, that is some tight racing coming around. Riley Pickrell just set the record, the Canadian record in his qualification round. Riley Pickrell down on the inside. Oliver on the outside. It's going to be Riley Pickrell. He's going to move on to the next round. Ready for our next matchup here on track. We have the Quebec ride of Tristan Jusson. And in the green and black, Tyler Davies from Tag Cycling Race Team in Vancouver. Tristan Jusson currently in the front. Oh, we have an early break from Tyler Davies in the green. Pushing Tristan. They're going to hear the bell. That's the final lap. Jusson from Quebec still in the lead. Oh man, this is a long sprint for these guys, but check out Tyler Davies accelerating. Gets in the draft, trying to slingshot around the Quebec rider. It's going to be bar to bar as they come down to the finish line. It's going to be Davies. He's going to move on to the next round. Okay, our third matchup here in the U17 men's 8th final. John Cummings from Team Alberta, he's in the blue and white. Dylan Bibick from Midweek Cycling, he's on the outside there in the red and white and black. Again, the winner of each heat will move on to the next round. There we go. We have Cummings and Bibick. Bibick pushing Cummings a little bit. Cummings is having none out of it. And we have a break from Cummings. Bibick is right on his tail. Through the home stretch, the bell rings. It's the final sprint. Bibick and Cummings. Cummings from Alberta still in the lead. Bibick right with him, going to try to make the pass on the outside as they come around the last straightaway. Oh my goodness. As it comes, can Bibick do it? Whoa! I think Bibick might have squeaked by Cummings to get that. We'll wait for the scorekeeper's official results. Yep, we have confirmation. That was Dylan Bibick from midweek. Congratulations. He's going to move on to the next round. And good morning to our national men's pursuit team over on the basketball court getting warmed up. And our national women's pursuit team, give a wave to the crowd, everybody. Both men's and ladies teams are getting ready to head over to Hong Kong later on this week to represent Canada at the World Track Championships. That's right, we have Olympic medalists in the house. How cool is that? Show some love, everybody, for our national teams. Yeah. And right here, the 2017 Junior and U17 Canadian Track Championships presented by Lexus and brought to you also by Louis Garneau and Cliff Bar, all of our proud sponsors supporting Canadian athlete development. Future Olympians are here racing this weekend. And we have our fourth matchup here in the U17 men's sprint qualifications with Ethan Ogrodnichuk from BC. Tag cycling, he's got the orange helmet on. And we have a Quebec rider of Gregory Zapata Cordova. He is in the blue. There goes the bell lap. Ogrodnichuk on the outside. Zapata on the inside. Zapata, a really strong sprinter. Here we go. Zapata Cordova on the inside as Ogrodnichuk got what it takes to take the outside and get to the line first. Here comes Ogrodnichuk. Woo! We're going to go to the cameras on that one. We good. Ogrodnichuk from BC, congratulations. He's going to move on to the next round. Okay, ready for our fifth pairing here in the U17 men's sprint. Nous avons le coureur de Québec, du Québec, pardon, de Trois-Rivières, Mathias Guillemette, and Tyler Rourke from Team Callisto 4 City Velodrome. These guys are taking their time, scoping out the territory, checking out the real estate. There's a lot of it down in that turn 3 and 4. Again, strategy is everything when it comes to these pairings here in the sprint. Do you go out early? Do you go out later? You got to time it just right and know the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent. Rourke making an early break, but Guillemette is having none of it. Guillemette is on the gas as well. Can Rourke hold on to this pace for the final 200 meters? The bell goes. Here comes Guillemette on the outside now. Guillemette going pretty fast. Chasing him down. They're going bar to bar in turns 3 and 4. Guillemette and Rourke. Guillemette and Rourke at the line. Ooh, I believe Rourke Warwick was able to hold on to that. Yeah, we have official confirmation. Warwick did take that win. Congratulations. He's going to move on to the next round here in the U17 men's sprint qualification. And here we are, ready for our 6th pairing here in the U17 men's sprint 8th final. Daniel Gregory from Midweek. Oh, sorry, Daniel Gregory from Team Callisto. He's in the red and black. James Hedgecock from Madonna Wheelers in the yellow and blue. Hedgecock on the inside, Gregory on the outside. Riding way high in turns 1 and 2. James not giving an inch on Daniel here. They're going to hear the bell ring. They're winding things up, it looks like. Here we go, the final sprint. James goes down below, onto the black line. Can Daniel accelerate past Hedgecock? Daniel is on the accelerator as they come in the final turns. Hedgecock and Gregory at the line. Hedgecock takes it. We're going to see him in the quarterfinals. Okay, our 7th pairing here. 2 midweek riders. We have Matthew Hogan. He's on the inside at the bottom part of the track. And Andrew Scott. Let's see, I can't identify them by kits or helmets, so let's go. Andrew Scott has the bright black and green shoes. Whoa. Kind of stalling. Loving this strategy right here. This may take a while. Both riders know each other's strengths and weaknesses, playing up to that. Hogan still leading. Scott on the top side. Scott's looking a little kind of flustered. Let's get the show on the road. There we go. Scott now moves in on the inside. Andrew Scott on the inside. There we go. Takes over the lead. They're going to hear the bell. There it is. Here's the final sprint. Andrew Scott. Matthew Hogan in the rear. Hogan now trying to get in the draft and slingshot around in the final turns. Can he get there? Oh, looking kind of tough. And it's going to be Matthew Hogan. Sorry, not Matthew Hogan. Andrew Scott. Andrew Scott now moving on to the next round. right, this is our 8th and final pairing here in the U17 men's sprint qualification. Following this, we're going to do the U17 women's points race. On track, we have Quinn Story for Team Canada PB Fortis in the green with the orange helmet, and Team Callisto colors of Finley McEwen in the red and black. There we go, check it out. McEwen makes a break for it, but Story is right on him. Whoa, check out that speed. Alex Story in the green. Accelerating and passing McEwen, leaving him in his dust. Congrats, Quinn Story from BC. He's gonna be moving on to the next round. Alrighty folks, that concludes our U17 sprint U17 men's and women's sprint qualifications. If you're in the points race, please make sure you head on over to Bike Check. La course des points va commencer maintenant. S'il vous plaît, à l'inspection de vélo tout de suite. Merci. We need the U17 women's points race final. Please head on to the track. Ils sont là. Ouais. Chris Westwood, to the announcer booth, please.
So the U17 women's points race coming up here. Riders are going to take position up on the rail, get ready to start. Should be 19 of them. So the points race, pretty straightforward. It's 40 laps, so 10 kilometers. Sprint every 10 laps. The first 3 riders in each sprint score points. The point scores are 5, 3, 2. Why can't I? So 5 points for the winner of every sprint. Then if a rider or one or more riders laps the field, then they earn 20 points. If a rider gets dropped and gets lapped by the field, then they lose 20 points. And a new rule this year, a change to the international cycling regulations, means the final sprint in the points race is worth double points, so 10 points for the winner of that. So the winner at the end of the race is the rider with the most points. It's very simple, but it can be pretty complicated to keep track, so keep an eye on the scoreboard, and the riders will be keeping an eye on each other and trying to work it all out. So a very tactical race. Do you go for the sprints? Do you go for the lap? Do you try one of each? And who do you watch? You can't chase everybody. So when different breakaways go up the track, then it can be hard to decide which rider you want to invest energy in chasing down and which rider you let go.
Can you hear me now?
Is this better?
Okay, so we're ready to go with the points race. Course des points chez les femmes U17. So this is a total of 10 kilometers or 40 laps. Ils vont faire 40 tournées ou 10 kilomètres. Very strategic race. Essentially, every 10 laps, we're going to hear the bell. That means it's an all-out sprint, and riders are going to be receiving points as they cross the line.
That's right. That's first 4 riders each sprint. So racing is underway now. The officials have officially set these riders off. First 4 riders in every sprint score points. 5, 3, 2, and 1 points for the first 4 riders across the line each time. Once again, 20 laps for riders, 20 points for a rider or one or more rider who laps the field. And double points in the final sprint. So that'd be still just the top 4 riders in the final sprint, but it'll be 10, 6, 4, and 2 points. Our first big acceleration of the race. Everybody reacted very quickly and nobody managed to get any ground on the rest of the field. Our first sprint's going to be coming up in 2 kilometers. One rider making a move off the front. That's rider 106, Florence Normand, out of Quebec, independent rider. Quickly shut down by the rest of the field. Florence is not giving up and she's pulling away again, trying to draw out a small breakaway group. So now we have rider 116, that's Megan Barnes of Triple Shot Cycling Club, making a move. She's not willing to carry it through, doesn't want to go away by herself. She wants a little bit of help up the track. 1 kilometer to the first sprint now. You see the pack bunch up, go up the track there. It means the pace is slowed down a little bit as everybody looks at each other, thinking about the points on the first sprint. Lizanne Confin just pulled off the front there. 2 laps to the first sprint. And a big move over the top and off the front. That's a triple shot racer, if I'm not mistaken. So that's Sarah Van Dam of triple shot off the front. Closely marked by Victoria Slater from Team NCCH. Like we have Elizabeth Archibald coming up. Nice move from Archibald to come around and take the points on that one. We'll let the officials give us the official ranking of that sprint. We'll be should see Elizabeth Archibald as the early leader with 5 points. So that's confirmed Elizabeth Archibald, Sarah Van Dam, Victoria Slater, and Adèle Desgranges. The top 4 in that first sprint. Pace picking up a little bit here. The field's strung out. 28 laps to go. So 3 more sprints in this race. Now we have 2 riders off the front, 2 riders from Quebec. One riding for Team Quebec and the other one an independent rider, one of the Normand sisters. So that's Adèle Desgranges and Florence Normand off the front. They've quickly gained about a 75-meter gap on the rest of the field, with Callisto FCV leading the pack. That's Emma Lazenby on the front, just swinging off. Now NCCH taken over. Two leaders working hard to stay up the front. Now Elizabeth Archibald takes over on the front of the main field. So 3 laps to the next sprint. It's our 2 leaders. They're going to hope to stay away for at least that long. Now a big move over the top in the main field. That's 1:16. Megan Barnes of Triple Shot Cycling Club bridging across to our 2 leaders very quickly. Oh, and a crash at the back of the field. So our 3 leaders get the bell for the second sprint. Kathleen Turbot from NCCH trying to bridge across and grab some points. Nice move from Turbot to take the maximum points on the second sprint. Just ahead of Sarah Van Dam of Triple Shot. That should put Sarah Van Dam into the overall lead once we get our points tally. Wait for official confirmation from the officials. So the main field settling down here. 8 laps to the next sprint, that's 2 kilometers. And our crashed riders back on track now. No major harm done. Good to see them rejoin the race. When you crash in a race like this, the officials give you enough time to get back in. So it's about 1,500 meters. Whatever number of laps comes closest to 1,500 meters, they allow you that much time. So in this case, that'd be 6 laps. As long as you get back in, you're not penalized any number of laps for being out of the race. So Sarah Van Dam, our overall leader now with 6 points. Kathleen Turbot in second with 5. Elizabeth Archibald sitting third with 5 points, but she's one slot lower based on the results of the last sprint. Then Adèle Guégange with 3 points, Victoria Slater with 2 points, and Florence Normand sitting in 6th with 1 point. 5 laps to the next sprint. Everybody looking at each other. We have Florence Normand hitting the front again. She's very motivated today. Bit of an acceleration, stringing the field out nicely. 3 laps of the next sprint, that's 750 meters. All right, riders number 104 and 118, please pull out of the race. You've been lapped twice. Two laps to the next sprint. All right, pace picking up as we get the bell for the next sprint. Elizabeth Archibald on the front. Gonna see if she can hold it all the way to the line. She's being challenged by Adèle Guégange from Équipe de Québec. So they come around a lap rider here for the sprint. Elizabeth Archibald holds off Guégange at the line with the 108. That was Emma Lazenby in third, picking up her first points of the race. Got some splits in the field after that sprint, but the pace is coming off a little bit. It should bunch up again. We've got 9 laps to go. 9 laps to our final sprint, and a reminder that the final sprint is worth double points. So that'll be 10 points for the winner. So right now, Elizabeth Archibald is sitting in first with 10 points. Sarah Van Dam in second with 7 points. Adèle Guégange in third with 6 points. So it's all going to come down to the final sprint. Any one of the riders on track right now could still win the race based on the 10 points of the final sprint. So if there is a tie on points, then the rider who does best in the last sprint wins. That's how they split ties in this event. Triple shot keeping the pace high here. That was Casey Garrison on the front who just swung off. The riders are motivated to keep the tempo high. 6 laps to go, that's 1,500 meters to the final sprint. Now a big attack over the top. We'll see how the other riders react. That's Florence Normand again, from independent rider from Quebec. Very active in the race today. Our overall leader, of course, is Elizabeth Archibald in the blue and yellow kit. Rider number 115. So we're well inside the final kilometer of racing. Three laps to go. And a big acceleration. And we're starting to see some gaps here at the front of the race. That's Adèle Desganges in second position. She is second overall in points. Two laps to go. And a big acceleration through the middle from Forest City Velodrome. Keep your eye on Elizabeth Archibald there in about sixth position. One lap to go. We come into the final sprint. Big push from Sarah Van Dam, who's sitting second overall. She's leading it out. Sarah Van Dam drives to the line, holds everybody off, and that should be enough to win the race for Sarah Van Dam. And Victoria Slater was second in that final sprint. Yeah. So that should hand Sarah Van Dam the overall victory with 17 points. We'll just wait for the officials to confirm that for us. So Sarah Van Dam, Victoria Slater, Emma Lazenby, and Adèle Desganges, the riders, the top four riders in that final sprint. And that gives us Sarah Van Dam as the overall winner with 17 points. Elizabeth Archibald in second with 10. She didn't pick up any points in that final sprint. And then in third place, Adèle Desganges, Équipe du Québec, with 8 points. Equal points with Victoria Slater, but Desganges did better in the final sprint, so she gets the... No, it should be Victoria Slater in third. Yep, the officials just corrected the results list. Victoria Slater gets the bronze medal, thanks to a better position in the final sprint. Adèle Desganges in fourth, Emma Lazenby in fifth. So great race from our U17 women. Congratulations to our Canadian champion in the U17 women's points race, Sarah Van Dam, riding for Triple Shot Cycling Club out of Victoria, BC. Next group on track is going to be the U17 men points race. We don't have any qualifying heats today after we had one rider not racing today after being injured yesterday, so we're going straight to the final. So 22 riders on the start line. "60 laps, seems like a lot, but it's only 15 kilometers. Should take them roughly 20 minutes to do this. Wait for our last rider to take position on the rail. He's going to go around and pull up at the back of the field. Now there's going to be a small delay here for repair to the track from the crash in the last race, but please don't sit on the track. Yeah, you riders can just come off the rail and roll around the track while they tape over the splinters from that last crash. Don't want anyone to get a flat tire. Yeah. So the track repair is going to be happening on the back straight, so please be careful, as there will be an official on the track repairing the gouge from one of the riders' pedals in the last race. Once again, coming up here will be the U17 men's points race final, 15 kilometers, 60 laps. 22 riders will be starting. So the race is very...
How do I explain it? It was exhilarating, nimble, responding to my every touch, moving faster than the wind. That feeling of pure driving. It was amazing.
The 2017 Lexus IS.
So with 22 athletes on the rail here, that's pretty much the limit for squeezing athletes along the rail. Normally at the World Cups, when you have bigger fields, then you'll have half the riders on the rail, the other half being held by their team helpers down on the bottom of the track. But here we just got enough space to squeeze everybody up here, as long as everybody cooperates and makes space. You see the riders hopping their rear wheels just so they can rotate their pedals into the ideal position to start. Of course, the race isn't actually start until after they've completed one lap and the official fires the pistol to let them know that it's underway. So the whistle means they can roll off the rail, take position, and group up. So we can get the official start 1 lap from now. So once again, it'll be 60 laps of racing, 6 sprints. Each sprint scores points, final sprint scores double points. And if you gain a lap, you get even more points. And the gunshot means racing's underway. So the riders all sharing work here for the time being, keeping the tempo fairly high so that discourage riders from attacking. The faster the pace of the race, the harder it is to attack. You don't want to get stuck on the front setting tempo, burning up all your energy. You also don't want to be stuck at the back of the field where you can't react to any attacks, so the riders have to strike a good balance between sitting in the field and finding good position. It's a real skill. So Andrew Scott, rider number 15 here, just pulling out of the race, or letting himself lose a lap. But Andrew, if you want to pull out, once the lap's past you, you want to drop down, and once the field is past you, just drop down and pull out of the race. Andrew was injured yesterday, but he didn't want to pull out of any of the races out of respect to the organizers. We had our first acceleration here, but no gaps in the field. Now Team NCCH rider comes over the top, the front of the field, followed by a Quebec rider. So that's Jack Sermon on the front, followed by Tristan Jussaume, both very active yesterday. They've quickly opened up a 30-meter gap on the field. That's Riley Pickrell chasing on the front of the field, winner of the Kieran and the individual pursuit yesterday, and the scratch race. Triple Canadian champion and Canadian record holder as we come into the first sprint. Pickrell comes over top of everybody and takes maximum points with Tristan Jussaume in second. Third place, I believe, was Danielle Nordeman da Silva riding for Callisto FCV. So Pickrell stamping his authority on this race very early. And an attack from an FCV rider, that's Axel Froner. with Jack Sermon trying to chase across. So Axel Froner pursuing his efforts. Jack Sermon isn't able to get across, and we have Tristan Jussomme trying to bridge across as well. Sermon sits up and Froner keeps going. And Jussomme now together with Sermon. See if they can work together to close down Axel Froner. The field is aware of the danger of this move. There are some very strong riders. So our two chasers are caught by a counterattack from rider number 24. That's Giuseppe Caroni, Team NCCH. So Axel Froner realizes that the field is closing down on him and pulls up track. We no longer have a breakaway, but we have a long, strung out field and some gaps. So it's 1 kilometer until the next sprint. That's 4 laps. It's rider number 18 from midweek. Puts in a move, Oliver Campbell. And he draws out Riley Pickrell. A small group of 4 riders now off the front, very small gap. And they're quickly shut down. So Rich Elliott pulls off the front there. Continues his effort with Pickrell just behind him. Next sprint coming up in just 2 laps, 500 meters. So we head into the second sprint of the day, rider number 21 on the front. That's Jackson Kinneberg, followed by Axel Froner. They get a little bit of a gap. Riley Pickrell in third, and we have a rider from Madonna Wheelers coming around the outside for the 4th place points, but no, he's gonna get held off by rider number 9. That's Daniel Nordeman da Silva. So we'll see what the points on that sprint. Jackson Kinneberg, followed by Axel Froner and Riley Pickrell and Daniel Nordeman da Silva. So Riley Pickrell continues in the lead, but his lead is only 2 points over Jackson Kinneberg. Riley Pickrell sitting on 7 points, Jackson Kinneberg on 5, Tristan Jussomme with 3, and Daniel Nordeman da Silva with 3. And Axel Froner with 3. So 3 riders essentially tied for 3rd place. As we get a group of 5 riders moving off the front now. Got about a 30-meter gap. Now it's a question of whether they can work together and hold off the field. Now a chase group of 3 trying to come across. And now we've got a little bit of shrapnel all across the track here as this front group tries to force its way across. Chasers get their act together. Riley Pickrell awake to the danger and now moving to the front of the main field. He's got plenty of help to try and neutralize that attack as the gaps close right down, but meanwhile, one rider moves off the front. That's Rich Elliott, Midweek Cycling Club. He was in the breakaway and continued his effort as the rest of the riders sat up as the main field caught them. So Rich Elliott taking advantage of the chaos, trying to take a lap by himself. He's up about a third of a lap right now. But actually, he's getting close to the half lap mark if you compare him to the back of the main field. As the field strings out, actually the distance to take a lap is smaller. So Rich Elliott doesn't have any points at the moment, but he's only 2 laps away from the third sprint. Should be able to take maximum points as they duke it out for the remaining points in the main field here. Big move over the top. That's rider number 21 making a move. That's Jackson Kinneberg sitting second overall right now. Riley Pickrell shuts him down right away and is going to try and come around him over the top. Riley Pickrell looking for those 3 points for second place, and he gets it. So we'll get the results from that sprint in a second. There we go. Rich Elliott, 5 points. Riley Pickrell with 3. Jack Sermon picks up 2, and Daniel Nordeman da Silva a single point. Riley Pickrell continues to lead. Rich Elliott now sits second with 5 points. Same number of points as Jackson Kinneberg, so it's essentially a tie for second, though Rich Elliott is given the second place based on the tie-breaking procedure, which is the results of the last sprint. Then Daniel Nordeman da Silva sitting in fourth with 4 points. Tristan Jusson with 3. Axel Froner with 3. And Jack Sermon with 2 points. So now we have a move off the front, but it's quickly been shut down. We're going to be coming up on our 4th sprint in 6 laps once they cross the line, so that's 1,500 meters. A little bit of a drop off in the pace here as riders all look around, see who's tired, who's still got lots of energy. Only 2 riders have actually earned points in all of the sprints so far. That's Riley Pickrell and Daniel Nordeman da Silva, sitting 1st and 4th, respectively. So rider number 18, that's Oliver Campbell, Midweek Cycling Club off the front, chased by a Team Quebec rider. I believe that's Tristan Jusson. Jusson doesn't want to shut it down. And nor does anyone else, it appears. So that'll give Oliver Campbell the opportunity to try and build up a lead here. He's about 100, maybe 75 meters off the front. Tristan Jusson picking up the pace again, putting in a big dig there. 2 laps to the next sprint, 500 meters. See if Oliver Campbell can hold off the field for that long and get the maximum 5 points. So 1 lap to the next sprint. And a big push over the top by number 14. That's James Hedgecock, Madonna Wheelers. He's going to try and pick up the points for second place. He's challenged by Axel Froner and Riley Pickrell. Sorry, that was Dylan Bibick of Midweek Cycling Club. Midweek putting in a great race here. Very active in all of these sprints. So Oliver Campbell hangs on to score the maximum 5 points in that sprint, sprint number 4, followed by Dylan Bibick, James Hedgecock, and Riley Pickrell, who picks up yet another point in the overall. And he continues to lead the race with 11 points. He's extended his lead slightly over Jackson Kinneberg, who's now on 7. Rich Elliott sitting in 3rd, tied with Oliver Campbell, both of them with 5 points. And then Daniel Nordeman da Silva with 4. So Riley Pickrell putting in a very consistent race. He's scored points in every single sprint so far, all 4 sprints. He's the only rider to score in every sprint so far, being very vigilant. – 16 laps to go now. That's 4 kilometers, 2 sprints. Everybody getting a little cagey now, waiting for the next attack. So that's rider number 28, Christopher Merrick, putting in a big dig all the way from the back of the pack around and over the top. He's quickly opened up some air between himself and the rest of the field, about a 50-meter gap right now. Chris Merrick riding for Team NCCH. Excellent development program. They're here most days of the week, training their athletes. Everybody being cautious in the main field, not willing to do too much work. That was Rich Elliott, just swung off the front there. Followed by his teammate, Dylan Bibick. So Chris Merrick now has gained almost half a lap on the field. No major reactions so far, but the pace is starting to pick up. Now we're getting 1 lap to the next sprint, so Chris Merrick should pick up the 5 points. But will he be able to continue his breakaway after the next sprint? Justin Justome on the front, but rider number 13 coming over the top. That's Daniel Gregory of Callisto FCV, but his lead doesn't last too long as Dylan Bibick comes around the top. Looks like he's going to pick up the 2nd place points. I believe that was Dylan Bibick in 3rd. No. There we go, Chris Merrick, Dylan Bibick, Quinn Story, and Daniel Gregory, top 4 in that sprint. First time Riley Pickrell hasn't picked up points in a sprint so far. Out of the 5 sprints we've had, we've got 1 more coming up in 9 laps. But Pickrell continues to lead the race because none of his immediate rivals were able to pick up much in the way of points. Dylan Bibick did move up. He scored 3 points on that last sprint, so he's now sitting in 3rd place with 6 points. So Riley Pickrell leads with 11, Jackson Kinneberg in 2nd with 7, Dylan Bibick with 6 points in 3rd, Rich Elliott in 4th with 5, tied with Oliver Campbell also with 5 points, and with Christopher Merrick with 5 points. And so on down the field. There are 12 riders who have scored a point. If any one of them wins the last sprint and Riley Pickrell does not score points in the last sprint, then they would win the race. So we still have 11 riders in contention coming into the final sprint. It's a big split in the field here under pressure from Team Alberta rider. Riley Pickrell now hits the front, swings off quickly, doesn't want to bury himself too much. He's got to think about that final sprint. 5 laps to go. That's our Alberta rider, Jackson Kinneberg, on the front, just swinging off. Jackson Kinneberg sitting 2nd right now in the point standings. Riley Pickrell rose through the front again. Rich Elliott swings off the front. Daniel Nordeman da Silva, all of these riders in contention for the win. So So it's all going to come down to the final sprint here. Could get confusing, 3 laps to go. Racers racing 7 wide around this velodrome. It's only 5 meters wide, so it's pretty tight. So it was Oliver Campbell in the front, number 18. Jackson Kinneberg coming around him, Riley Pickrell sitting in third. As they come into the bell, let's see what Riley Pickrell can do here. Jackson Kinneberg sitting second overall in the front position right now. Riley Pickrell makes his move, comes around in the final banking, but he's being pushed hard as they come to the line. Riley Pickrell seals the deal with maximum points in the final sprint. Held off Daniel Nordeman da Silva to take that. Excellent racing, very clean, no incidents. It's great to see. A lot of skill, a remarkable amount of skill from these riders to race in a field this size. And avoid any incidents. So confirmation of our final sprint results. Riley Pickrell, Jackson Kinneberg, Daniel Nordeman da Silva, and James Hedgecock, but Riley Pickrell takes the win. A commanding win, 21 points for Riley Pickrell of Triple Shot Cycling Club. In second place with 13 points, Jackson Kinneberg of Team Alberta. And then Daniel Nordeman da Silva of Callisto FCV with 8 points, rounding out the podium. So our podium for the U17 Men's Canadian Championships presented by Lexus. Riley Pickrell with his 3rd title of this Canadian Championship. Jackson Kinneberg and Daniel Nordeman da Silva. Sorry, that's the 4th title for Riley Pickrell. This championship, he's 4 for 4 so far. Plus, he won a Canadian, he earned a Canadian record in the individual pursuit. So next race on track are junior women. Junior women's
How do I explain it?
points race final here at
It was exhilarating,
2017 Canadian
nimble,
Track Championships.
responding to my every touch,
Women are going to be racing 60 laps.
moving
That's 15
faster than
kilometers.
the wind. That feeling of pure
We'll
driving,
have 6 sprints. So as a reminder,
it was amazing.
the winner of the race is the rider who scores the most points. So
The
every 10 laps,
2017
we have
Lexus IS.
4 riders score points in the sprint. First rider gets 5 points, then 3, 2, and 1 point for 4th. If a rider laps the field, they earn 20 points. If a rider loses a lap, they lose 20 points. And the final sprint is worth double points. So that's 10, 6, 4, and 2 points for the final sprint. That's a new rule for 2017, brought in by the International Cycling Union. Actually, it started late 2016. So riders roll off the rail. As long as the field is grouped, when they come around 1 lap from now, the officials will fire the pistol to signify the racing is underway. So racing is underway. We have 12 riders here vying for the Canadian title. Maggie Coles-Lister sitting on the front there. She's already won a couple of pieces of hardware this weekend. Winner of the scratch race and the Kieran. And second place in the individual pursuit, now on the front. It's rider number 311, Arrond Atwell, the individual pursuit title winner. And between Arrond Atwell and Maggie Coles-Lister, almost all of the Canadian U17 and junior records are on track in front of you right now. The only record those two riders don't have a part of is the flying 200-meter time trial, the sprint qualifying. That's still held by our two-time Olympian, Monique Sullivan. She said it back in 2007. At the Junior Track Worlds last year in Switzerland, Maggie Coles-Lister came within a tenth of a second of beating that. So Arrond Atwell pulls a little head fake over the top there. So our first sprint is coming up in 6 laps. All the riders being very cagey, looking at one another. Rider number 304, Catherine Bergeron from Équipe de Québec, leading the field. Followed closely by Maggie Coles-Lister. And Arrond Atwell taking position up against the rail there. She's boxed in, but as soon as the field accelerates, it will drop down the track and give her plenty of room to move forward. Everybody waiting to see who is going to make the first move here. Four laps to the first sprint, that's 1 kilometer. Big acceleration at the bottom of the track, but not really followed through. That was rider number 315, Micaiah Bessler of Team Saskatchewan, was on the front, just pulled up. Maggie Coles-Lister rolls through, pulls up. And we have one rider going over the top here, trying to open up a gap with 2 laps to go to the first sprint. That's 309, Cassandra Kyriakis, but she's quickly marked back by Team Quebec, then Maggie Coles-Lister. The Quebec rider is Laurie Jussaume, Tristan Jussaume's sister. Maggie Coles-Lister comes through with Arrond Atwell on her wheel. So Coles-Lister driving the line with Jussaume just below her, and yeah, so Coles-Lister, Atwell, Jussaume. And it looked like Micaiah Bessler in 3rd or 4th place, rather. We'll just get confirmation of that from the officials. So Maggie Coles-Lister with 5 points, Arrond Atwell with 3, Laurie Jussaume takes 2 points, and Micaiah Bessler with 1 point after that first sprint. So our 2 favorites hitting out early and taking the top spots in that first sprint. But this is not a weak field by any means. Laurie Jussaume competed at the Junior Track World Championships representing Canada last year. Ali Van Eysendorn was selected to the Canadian team last year as well. These are riders who were selected to represent Canada in their first year as a junior, so you know now in their second year they're even stronger and even smarter. Now big push at the bottom of the track from Ali van IJzendoorn. Quickly marked by Cassandra Kyriakis and Maggie Coles-Lister, and Erin Atwell is not letting anything like that get up the track without her being part of it. She quickly moves across. So Van IJzendoorn swings up. Now we have Coles-Lister, Atwell, Van IJzendoorn off the front. With one rider from NCCH trying to bridge across. That's Caitlin Huerta. Almost on our front trio, so we will shortly have a breakaway of 4 riders. Huerta digging deep to try and close that last gap. She's just 10 meters off the back of these 3 riders. So our leaders, again, Ali van IJzendoorn, riding for BC. Maggie Coles-Lister of TAG Cycling Race Team, and Ali van IJzendoorn, Callisto FCB. Caitlin Huerta is unable to close the gap, so she swings up track. So now we have a breakaway of 3 riders. Atwell, van IJzendoorn, and Coles-Lister in that order right now, as we have 2 laps of the next sprint. Was Mikea Bessler trying to go across with Huerta, and U17 just coming across to them. So we have a break of 3 and a chase of 3 as they get the bell for the second sprint. So Maggie Coles-Lister leads out the sprint. Erin Atwell on her wheel. Ali van IJzendoorn just dangling off by a couple meters. Coles-Lister holds off Atwell for maximum points on that one. That might have been a tactical choice by Atwell. You don't necessarily want to dig deep and then be unable to continue the breakaway. Meanwhile, the acceleration means Ali van IJzendoorn has come off these 2. They're getting close to lapping the field. Our chase group of 3 is not making ground. So our front pair, Erin Atwell and Maggie Coles-Lister, with Ali van IJzendoorn just 20 meters behind them. They're only about 100 meters or less than 100 meters from lapping the main part of the field. And we have a chase group still. Laurie U17 of Team Quebec, Caitlin Huerta of Team NCCH, and Mikea Bessler of Team Saskatchewan. They're working well together, but they don't have the pace to catch our leaders. Van IJzendoorn, meanwhile, is clawing her way back onto this front pair. Erin Atwell leading Maggie Coles-Lister. Coles-Lister pulls through as they come within 20 meters or so of lapping the field. A reminder that once they lap the field, they will each receive 20 points. With Maggie Coles-Lister and Erin Atwell currently tied on points as they gain the lap, that puts them each on 25 points. Sorry, correction here. Maggie Coles-Lister is on 30 points. Erin Atwell is on 26 points, and Ali van IJzendoorn on 22 points. Next closest rider is Laurie U17. She's in the chase group of 3 riders here, well, which is now the breakaway officially, since the breakaway has lapped the field. So our leaders on the track are this trio that are on the back straight right now, but the leaders in points are all 3 of them are in the main field. So the riders you want to keep your eye on, Maggie Coles-Lister with 30 points. She's the rider number 310 in the main field. Erin Atwell on 26 points. She's rider number 311. And Ali van IJzendoorn, number 307 with 22 points. All of them are 20 points or more up on everybody else in this race, as we're less than a kilometer from the next sprint. Our leaders on the track, of course, Laurie U17, Caitlin Huerta, and Mikea Bessler, still hanging out there about a half lap ahead of the field. As we come in 3 laps to the next sprint, 750 meters, so we can probably expect these 3 riders to score maximum points. But unless they gain a lap, they're not going to be able to contend for the overall win in this race. There just aren't enough point sprints between now and the finish to make up the gap. So next sprint in 1 lap for these 3 riders. Caitlin Ruerda losing the wheel a little bit as Laurie Jussaume leads out the sprint going into the turns 3 and 4. And Laurie Jussaume takes the maximum points. And we just have the sprint for that final point with Maggie Coles-Lister leading out Erin Atwell, and Coles-Lister takes the point to strengthen her lead by another point, or another single point. So that sprint result, Laurie Jussaume, Mikaya Bessler, Caitlin Ruerda, and Maggie Coles-Lister, with Coles-Lister now leading the overall with 31 points. As Laurie Jussaume moves up into second after lapping the field. Erin Atwell, one of the original breakaway that lapped the field, now on 26 points. Mikaya Bessler on 25, and Ali Van Eisendorn, also one of the first trio who lapped the field, now sitting on 22 points. So as a reminder, we had a breakaway of 3 riders who lapped the field, and then another breakaway of 2. So we have 5 riders who've gained a lap on the field. Now, Erin Atwell and Maggie Coles-Lister briefly broke away from the field again there today, but they decided to sit up and let the rest of them catch up. Laurie Jussaume, one of the riders chasing, swung up the track. Caitlin Ruerda here on the back straight. She is actually the lead rider on track right now. She still hasn't gained a lap. She still hasn't been caught. So she's sitting out there in no man's land. And she's riding with a lap rider. It's rider number 314 of Team NCCH. That's Caitlin Ruerda, still trying to gain that lap. She's getting closer. 24 laps to go, 6 kilometers. So there's 3 more sprints in this race as Caitlin Ruerda manages to claw her way across and gain that lap. Great effort from Ruerda. That should put her on 22 points, puts her equal with Ali Van Eisendorn for 5th place. So that's 6 riders now have gained a lap on the field. Maggie Coles-Lister, Laurie Jussaume, Erin Atwell, Mikaya Bessler, Ali Van Eisendorn, and Caitlin Ruerda. We have a big push from a Team Quebec rider. Quickly marked by Maggie Coles-Lister. Quebec rider was Catherine Bergeron. She doesn't have any points so far this race. They're going to get the bell when they come round for the next sprints. So Coles-Lister getting a little bit boxed in there, but some space opens up and she accelerates down the back straight. Holding off Mikaya Bessler right now. Is that Laurie Jussaume coming across the top to try and pick up second points? But no, it's Maggie Coles-Lister, followed by Mikaya Bessler, Laurie Jussaume, and Ali Van Eisendorn getting the 1 point there. We'll get those sprint results in a second. There we are. Maggie Coles-Lister, Mikaya Bessler, Laurie Jussaume, and Ali Van Eisendorn are top 4 in sprint number 4. So just 2 more sprints in this race. Right now, Coles-Lister has a 7-point lead over Laurie Jussom. So there's still enough points, and actually Laurie Jussom, and then an 8-point lead, so just an additional point down to Micaiah Bessler and Aaron Atwell on 26 points. So there's the top 4 riders are all within 10 points. And a reminder, there's 5 points on the line in the next sprint and 10 points in the final sprint. So this race is still wide open. In other words, Coles Lister has yet to earn enough points to guarantee herself the win. Bit of a stalemate in the main field. Nobody wants to set tempo. 17 laps to go. Aaron Atwell puts in a dig across the top of the track there. Laurie Jussom trying to match her, but Atwell opens up a small gap, but immediately pulls up track. Doesn't want to waste her energy. 5 laps to the next sprint. Usual suspects at the front of the field here. Caitlin Ruerda hopefully recovered a bit from that long effort she had to do in order to lap the field. It's Ainsley Black of Team NCCH on the front of the field. So 3 laps until the next sprint. See Coles Lister at the top of the track, looking over her shoulder, keeping an eye on her rivals. As Aaron Atwell attacks down on the black line, Coles Lister reacts immediately, uses the altitude on the track to dive down and accelerate, and they immediately open up a few meters on the rest of the field. Now we have a group of 3 riders off the front. Aaron Atwell, Maggie Coles Lister, Caitlin Ruerda. Easily opened up 50-meter gap there going into the next sprint. The second last sprint of this race with Aaron Atwell leading it. Maggie Coles Lister swings round and drives the line, holding off Aaron Atwell for the sprint. Caitlin Ruerda sitting 3rd. And Ellie Van Eisendorn takes 4th in that sprint. Coles Lister continues her effort as Atwell and Ruerda sit up. Got 9 laps to the finish of this race. Nobody has the legs or the will to follow Maggie Coles Lister. Coles Lister now, who has a 12-point lead on second place Laurie Jussom and Aaron Atwell, both of whom are tied on 29 points. So the chasers probably realize that it's mathematically impossible for them to catch Maggie Coles Lister. They're letting her go and they're going to fight it out for second place. We have 3 riders within 1 point of each other in second place. That's Laurie Jussom of Team Quebec, Aaron Atwell of Cycling BC, and Micaiah Bessler of Team Saskatchewan. So the silver and bronze medals are going to be played out in this field as Maggie Coles Lister takes her second lap of this race. That'll add another 20 points to her tally. It'll put her on 61 points. She has more than double the points of second place riders Jussom and Atwell, who are tied on 29. So we're coming into the final kilometer of racing here. Four laps to go as they cross the line. Reminder, rider number 310, Maggie Coles-Lister, has won this race. She scored enough points. She's gained 2 laps and won a bunch of sprints. It's Arrond Atwell launches a move off the front here with Team Quebec trying to shut her down. That's Laurie Jussaume now coming up. This is the silver and bronze places at play here right now. It's Micaiah Bessler, number 315 from Team Saskatchewan, also being very vigilant, not letting anything get away without her being involved. The order of those 3 riders, Bessler, Jussaume, and Atwell, in the final sprint will determine the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places in this race as Maggie Coles-Lister decides she's going to go up the road. Now this could have an effect on the other placings. She should be taking points away from the other riders. She goes in 1 lap to go with Ali Van Eisendorn coming across Micaiah Bessler and then Laurie Jussaume. So does Van Eisendorn have the measure of Maggie Coles-Lister in this final sprint? Maggie Coles-Lister takes the final sprint, followed by Ali Van Eisendorn, Micaiah Bessler, in a very close race between Laurie Jussaume and I believe that was Cassandra Kyriakis. So let's see what the officials tell us with the final standings here. Wait for the points to get tallied up. So no question for the gold medal, Maggie Coles-Lister of Tag Cycling with 71 points, followed by Micaiah Bessler and Team Saskatchewan in 2nd place with 32 points, silver medalist. And in bronze, Ali Van Eisendorn, a great ride at the end there to snag bronze with 30 points, just 1 point ahead of Laurie Jussaume and Arrond Atwell. So that race came right down to the final sprint. Great heads-up riding from our junior women here at the Canadian Track Championships presented by Lexus. Next on track is going to be our junior men. So the junior men's race coming up as the riders take position on the rail here. We should be 19 starters unless we have some scratches from yesterday. In this race, 80 laps. So 80 laps seems like a lot. It's only 20 kilometers. They should be done and dusted with this in about 27, 28 minutes, I'd guess. They average a little over 40, around the 45-kilometer-an-hour range. Track races are very fast. So 18 riders actually on the start as they roll off the rail and take or form up to get the starter's pistol the next lap round. Once again, this is a points race. Riders sprint. There's a sprint every 10 laps, so there'll be 8 sprints in this race. The first rider across the line gets 5 points. Next rider gets 3, then 2, then 1 every 10 laps. Any rider that laps the main field gains 20 points. Any rider that loses a lap loses 20 points. And the final sprint at the end of the 80 laps is worth double points. So 10 points for the win, then 6, 4, and 2 points for the next 3 riders. So to do well in points races, you have to be smart, you have to be vigilant, you have to be able to do simple math. And you have to do all of this while you're racing at your aerobic threshold. It's great to see this many riders racing at this level, at this age. Bodes really well for the future of Canada's track cycling programs. The points race is part of the Omnium as well. It's a separate event. The Omnium is part of the Olympic program, so being able to race points race as well gives these riders a chance to make our Olympic team for the next, possibly for the next Olympics in Tokyo in 2020. But more likely, 2024, some of these riders will be on our 2024 Olympic team. We don't know where those games are going to be yet. Should find out later this year. Track cycling is the only form of cycling that's been part of every single Olympic game since 1896. The last Olympic Games, there were 10 medal events in track cycling, 5 events for men, 5 events for women. That's the first time there's been equal number of track cycling medals for men and women at the Olympics. The program and format has changed over the years significantly. So a strung out field here, that means the pace is high. Everybody doing a little bit to share the workload there at the front of the pack. So our first sprint coming up. That's Gabriel Drapeau-Zoharski of Équipe de Québec on the front of the field. Accelerates. But our first points winner is going to be Michael Foley of La Bicicleta Cycling Club with a nice acceleration in the final straightaway. And these riders are going to try and take advantage of the acceleration here and form a breakaway. We've got 4 riders slightly off the front. Rider 221 trying to bridge across. So here we go. Antoine Daltero, 202. Gabriel Drapeau-Zoharski, 203. Tristan Guillemette. Oh, but they've been shut down right away, so no more breakaway. But our points winners in the first sprints, Michael Foley, Gabriel Drapeau-Zoharski, Tristan Guillemette, and Antoine Daltero. So La Bicicleta followed by 3 Team Quebec riders in the first sprints. Team Quebec hitting out early, trying to make their stamp on this race. So 4 laps, 1 kilometer until the next sprint, sprint number 2. Team Quebec keeping their riders up as close to the front as they can. But keep your eyes on rider number 213, Michael Foley, the winner of the first sprint. That's him at the top of the track right now, looking for a spot to drop back into the lineup. 3 laps to go to the next sprint. It's rider number 202, Antoine Deltero, on the front of the field, setting tempo for Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski. Now we're getting the bell for the second sprint, and a big push over the top from rider number 208. That's Chris Ernst of Callisto FCV, with Michael Foley in second place. Yeah, Drapeau just coming up on him. And Foley with a very smooth acceleration over the top there, timed that just perfectly to take the maximum points in the second sprint. He should be leading now on 10 points. Get the official confirmation of that in a moment. These riders aren't letting up the tempo. They're hoping to take advantage of the stress they've caused in the main field here. So yeah, that's confirmation. Michael Foley wins the second sprint with 5 points. Chris Ernst was second in that sprint, followed by Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski with 2 points. Lucas Taylor with 1 point. Michael Foley leads the race with 10 points versus 5 for Drapeau-Zoralski and 3 points for Chris Ernst. So now we have a breakaway, 4 riders moving off the front here. So our 4 breakaway riders, Drapeau-Zoralski, Ernst, Taylor, and Foley, with 2 riders moving across there. There we go, our chasers just caught the breakaway. That's Jake Gaucher and Ethan Sitlington. So a breakaway of 6. So breakaway not working together quite as well as they might like. Team Quebec making sure that they don't get too much of a gap. That was Tristan Guillemette on the front of the field there, pulling up. Our 6 leaders starting to get their act together here. Again, riders in the main field not willing to roll over and give up that easy. As the main field starts to split up a little bit here. It's John Stewart forcing the pace on the front of the main field, and he's brought 5 riders with him. Looks like they're about to tag onto the breakaway, so essentially the main field is now these 2 front groups. The other riders on track are all dropped. So a very dynamic situation here in the race, hard to keep track of. As we come in, we should be getting the bell for the next sprint. That's Adam Atwell at the front, but he's quickly getting overhauled by Chris Ernst. Yep. So Ernst driving to the line with Foley coming over the top to take second. And 211, Lucas Taylor was third. And Adam Atwell in fourth. So all this stress is causing big cracks in the main field. But there's no clear gap, no clear breakaway right now as the shrapnel starts to reform here on the track. Our front group is now the main field. As Team Quebec puts in a big dig here. That's rider 223 from Team Quebec off the front, Félix Pelletier. So our third sprint, the winner was Chris Ernst, followed by Michael Foley, Lucas Taylor, and Adam Atwell. Our overall leader remains Michael Foley with 13 points. But Chris Ernst has closed the gap a little bit. He's now in second place on 8 points, with Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski of Équipe de Québec on 5 points in third place, and Lucas Taylor in fourth place with 3 points. So now we have 3 riders all separate but up the track trying to break away. See if these riders can get together and start working together. So that's Felix Pelletier, followed by Kobe Liberty and Dawson McDonald. As Liberty and McDonald join forces, and Pelletier eases off a little bit to let the other 2 catch up to him. So any second now, it'll be a breakaway of 3 riders. So that's Felix Pelletier of Team Quebec, Dawson McDonald of Team NCCH, and Kobe Liberty of Callisto FCV. See if these guys can start setting a good tempo here together with 1 kilometer to go to the next sprint. So Michael Foley right now missing out on this move. But none of the riders up the track have much in the way of points so far. Actually, none of them have any points so far, but this could change the complexion of the race. So we're going to be coming into 500 meters to go to the next sprint. Michael Foley setting tempo on the front of the field, making sure the gap doesn't get too big. Doesn't want these 3 riders to take the 20 points and move into the overall race lead, especially since they're going to, looks like they're going to pick up the points at the next sprint in 2 laps time. So our 3 leaders get the bell for the sprint. It's Kobe Liberty sitting on the front. Dawson McDonald on his wheel with Felix Pelletier in 3rd. These riders are on their limit right now, so nobody's sprinting. They're just going to cross the line and pick up the points in that order. Kobe Liberty followed by Dawson McDonald and Felix Pelletier for that sprint. Looked like rider number 208 won the Chris Ernst, so it's our 2nd place rider overall. Picked up the single point for 4th place in that sprint. So that's confirmation there. Kobe Liberty, Dawson McDonald, Felix Pelletier, and Chris Ernst for our 4th sprint. So that doesn't change the order of our top riders, but Chris Ernst has closed the gap by a point to Michael Foley in the overall. So Michael Foley of La Bicyclette continues to lead with 13 points. Chris Ernst in 2nd with 9. Gabriel Drapeau-Zorelski of Équipe de Québec and Kobe Liberty are tied on 5 points right now for 3rd place. So the main field all together now, except for Antoine Dalterio there, who, from Équipe de Québec, who's just struggling to get back into contention and not lose a lap. Reminder, if you lose a lap, you lose 20 points. If you lose 2 laps, then you are pulled from the race. Chris Ernst rolls to the front with Michael Foley on his wheel. So Michael Foley pulls through, followed by Adam Atwell. So that's Ethan Sitlington of Team NCCH. Number 220 just pulled off the front there, made a big move over the top. Team Quebec is chasing it down with Gabriel Drapeau-Zorelski sitting in 2nd wheel in the main field there as they neutralize that attack, but it is once again causing some splits in the main field. But both Michael Foley and Chris Ernst are very vigilant, staying near the front of the pack, staying on the right side of those splits. Less than 2 laps to go to the next sprint here. Should be sprint number 5. So the main field gets the bell with Chris Ernst on the front. Drapeau on his wheel, Foley and Taylor battling it out there. as Foley comes around the top there on the back straight. Beautiful acceleration. Boxes in Drapeau and comes over the top of Chris Ernst. Nice sprint from Foley to take the win. I'll let the officials decide what the order of the other three was. That was very close. So now we have a breakaway of 4 riders. These guys just did an all-out sprint, but they're going to see if they can keep that effort going. Rider number 218, though, is trying to go across to them. That's Eric Bartolomeo of Team NCCH. So now we have a front group of 5. Adam Atwell also coming across from Team BC. But these riders not wanting to work together, and so they ease off the pace and it all forms back up again. Chris Ernst sitting on the front there. Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski rolling through, Adam Atwell. All of our contenders are in the main field here. Next sprint is going to be sprint number 6 of 8. So current standings, Michael Foley has extended his lead to 18 points. Or his overall points tally is 18 points, with Chris Ernst sitting in second place with 11 points. Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski sitting third, tied with Lucas Taylor, both of them on 6 points. So a bit of a push here in the main field. But everybody being very cautious here, not wanting to lay too much on the line and leave themselves vulnerable to a counterattack. So a little bit of tempo in the main field. It's not super fast, but it's also not slow. They can't quite make up their minds. Are they going? Team Quebec riders setting tempo. Tristan Guillemette on the front there. Jake Gaucher on his wheel. Coming to the bell there for sprint number 6. A big push over the top there from Eric Bartolomeo, Team NCCH. Quickly marked by Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski. But Michael Foley coming up on Drapeau-Zoralski. Michael Foley second and Chris Ernst in third with 217. No. Wait for confirmation on that sprint result. So there we go. Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski with 5 points. Michael Foley, the overall leader, with 3. Chris Ernst, second overall with 2 points. And Lucas Taylor picks up the 1 point. Lucas Taylor now, where's he sit overall? He's in 4th place overall, just 4 points behind Drapeau. So he lost a little bit of ground there. So overall standings, Michael Foley still leading with 21 points. He's 8 points ahead of Chris Ernst, who's on 13. Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski sitting on 11 points, and Lucas Taylor with 7. So we have 2 more sprints in this race. The next sprint will be a normal one, and the final sprint, of course, is worth double points. Michael Foley, our overall leader, moving to the front. Team Quebec takes over, setting tempo. It's rider number 204, Tristan Guillemette, who's been doing sterling service there, setting tempo in this main field, discouraging other teams from attacking. Chris Ernst rolls through to the front. See our second place overall. He's currently sitting 8 points out of the lead. With our third place rider, Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski of Équipe de Québec, hitting the front now and pulling up as the overall leader, Michael Foley, hits the front. And we get Tristan Guillemette back on the front again, our workhorse from Quebec. Start-finish line. There'll be 500 meters to the next sprint, just 2 laps. So riders seek position. Adam Atwell putting in a big dig here. Overhauls our leaders and is going to go well clear with the bell lap. So 250 meters to the sprint. Atwell has taken this one. Michael Foley moving up on the outside, just behind Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski. Lucas Taylor in second. Lucas Taylor hangs on for that second place points. Adam Atwell with a very strong move there, took everybody by surprise a little bit. Now we have 2 riders after that sprint. That's Chris Ernst and Dawson McDonald, who decided they're going to try and take advantage of the lull after the sprint to open up some ground. So confirmation of that last sprint, Adam Atwell, Lucas Taylor, Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski, and Dawson McDonald. So our overall leader, Michael Foley, his gap has gone down slightly. So Gabriel Drapeau-Zoralski of Équipe de Québec moves up into a tie for second place with Chris Ernst on 13 points. While Dawson McDonald tries to get across to our 2 leaders, or he's just coming off the 2 leaders. Now our 2 leaders, Chris Ernst and Jake Gaucher, have just lapped another rider. Is that the breakaway? All 3? There's no... So Chris Ernst and Jake Gaucher continue their push. So we have 1 rider from Team Quebec trying to come across. Our chaser is Félix Pelletier, 223, but he's been quickly shut down. It's Tristan Guillemette, who now is closing the gap. He's peeled out a little group of 4 riders, which includes the overall leader, Michael Foley. So our breakaway is neutralized, or it's now 4 riders, but the situation is changing very quickly here. The important thing to note is our overall leader, Michael Foley, is in that front group. Rider number 220 of NCCH, Ethan Sitlington, goes right over the top of the breakaway as it gets caught and opens up a gap of 50 meters or so. As we get the bell for the final sprint here, Ethan Sitlington, Chris Ernst, Michael Foley. Rider 211 coming around, Lucas Taylor, he's going to try and pick up the 4th place points. And Chris Ernst takes the final sprint for the 10 points. Michael Foley in second with 6 points. But Michael Foley with enough of a lead to take gold. That should put Chris Ernst into the silver place spot. And Gabriel Drapeau-Zorelski should drop down into bronze. We'll wait for official confirmation of that from our commissaires here.
Wow, what a finish to the junior men's points race. We're just awaiting confirmation.
Yeah, so confirmation on that sprint. Chris Ernst, Michael Foley, Ethan Sitlington, and Lucas Taylor. We'll see how the podium pans out. There we go. Michael Foley, Chris Ernst, and Gabriel Drapeau-Zorelski are our top three. Very exciting race. The second two spots on the podium came right down to that final sprint. Great work from these riders and safe racing too.
All right, thank you so much, Chris. Chris Westwood on the mic here for the points race. We are now going to do the medal ceremonies. On va faire la remise des médailles for this morning's programs. And then following the medal ceremonies, we're going to move right on into the paracycling qualifications. Alors, on va faire les remises des médailles et tout de suite, on va continuer les compétitions chez les paras. All right, so we're going to be doing the points race medals. Okay, on va faire la remise des médailles. Pour la course des points, on va faire la remise des médailles pour la course des points. Points race medals coming up shortly. Okay, we're ready to roll here with the medal ceremonies, la remise des médailles. On va commencer chez les femmes U17 en course de points, the U17 women's points race final. And your Canadian champion from British Columbia for triple shot cycling, give it up for Sarah Van Dam. Congrats, Sarah. Joining her on the podium, your silver medalist, Elizabeth Archibald from Ontario. And your bronze medalist, Team NCCH Orange Crush, make some noise for Vicky Slater. Congratulations, ladies, and presenting medals on behalf of Cycling Canada is Cameron Jennings, our women's next-gen track coach. Okay, now for the U17 men's points race medals. BC again on the top of the box, triple shot racing, Riley Pickrell. For all of you, those of you in the audience, Riley actually smashed his own Canadian record this morning in qualifying for the sprint. Congrats, Riley, well done. Your silver medalist from Team Alberta, Jackson Kinneberg. And your your bronze medalist from Ontario, Callisto Forest City Velodrome, Daniel Norman de Silva. Congratulations, fellas. Now for the junior women's points race final. No stranger to being on the top of the box. This will be her third national jersey this weekend. Maggie Coles-Lister. Joining her on the podium, the silver medal position from Saskatchewan, Micaiah Bessler. And your bronze medalist in the junior women's points race, from Team Callisto FCV, Ali Van Eisendorn. Congratulations, ladies. And finally, the junior men's points race podium. This is a hotly contested race. Pretty close. I'm surprised these guys are still standing after that battle. But one guy did prevail from La Bicicleta Cycling Club, your gold medalist, Mike Foley. Okay, your silver medalist from Team Callisto. Let's take two on that. Your silver medalist, Chris Ernst. And rounding out your junior men's points race podium de l'équipe du Québec, Gabriel Drapos-Goraski. Congratulations, boys. Félicitations, les gars. And that concludes our medal ceremonies for this afternoon. We're going to move right on into the para C4 women's pursuit. Oui, et on revient à... we're just waiting for the official call on the timing of the next race. In approximately 30 minutes, so 12:59, we will start the women's C4 para pursuit. All right, on revient dans 30 minutes. Alors, à 1h, on va reprendre les courses chez les para C4 femmes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I stand corrected. The schedule said one thing, and the official is is giving me an update. 12:30, midi 30. On commence les femmes C4 para. Women C4 para is at 12:30, not in 30 minutes, in 12:30. So in approximately 6 minutes, 7 minutes. Okay, we are now getting ready to roll with our Para C4 women's pursuit. We have one rider contesting this. This is Marie-Claude Molnar from Équipe du Québec. And for all of those of you who don't really know, Marie-Claude won a bronze medal at the London Paralympics, everybody. Make some noise. There we go. Marie-Claude Molnar is now off from Équipe du Québec in the women's C4 para category. She's our bronze medalist in the London 2012 games. And she did also represent Canada at Rio earlier this year. I guess it's last year now. We're in 2017. Marie-Claude is going to do a total of 12 laps or 3K. And she's going to build speed throughout these laps. After Marie-Claude does her event, we're going to move on to the Para B women's pursuit. Alors, après Marie-Claude, on va aller avec la Para B chez femmes. All right, she's now clocking a speed of 41.6 k an hour with 8 laps to go. Yeah, Marie-Claude still building her speed. She's such a strong finisher. Make some noise, people in the stands. Kind of tough, racing against the clock with you and your shadow out there. Yep, she's staying consistent with her lap times here. The legs are screaming by about this time. 5 laps to go for Claude Molnar from Team Quebec here in the women's C4 pursuit. There we go, the bell rings. Final lap for Claude Molnar. Folks, make some noise. She's on her final lap. This is going to be her final sprint. She's going to lay down a fast time here in the final 250 meters left in this women's C4 pursuit final. Her speed is picking up. The legs are burning. They're screaming. We're telling them to shut up. Right to the line. Claude Molnar clocks a time of 4 minutes 11.12 seconds, and she did hit over 43 kilometers an hour. Félicitations, Marie-Claude. Congratulations, Marie-Claude. Next, we are going to move on into the Para B women's pursuit. Okay, so the Para B women's pursuit. So this category is for visually impaired. Definitely does not impair them to ride a bike. They're going to be on a tandem. They'll have a driver. Chantel Tully-Thompson, right here from our own Anatomy Cycling Center here in Milton. She's going to be the driver. And our athlete is Megan Miller. There we go. Megan and Chantal are now off. Chantal is not only one of our coaches here at the Cycling Center, she's also, I know I'm going to butcher her title, but Director of Programs, taking over for Steve Neal. I can tell you from personal experience, she's an awesome coach. She coached me in the women's, the old ladies women's programs here at Milton, and it was an absolute blast. And here she is working, giving back to the community, helping our other riders here in Milton. Yeah, Megan and Chantal, check that out. Claude, there are going to be 3 heats of this. So imagine doing over 40K an hour on a, regular track bike, let alone strapped in with another person. You have to really be able to trust one another. Currently their speed's at 41.9 kilometers an hour with 8 laps to go. All right, they're going to come into the home stretch here with 6 laps to go. Both riders are digging in. Four laps left to go for these girls, Megan and Chantal. Yeah, both girls digging in. The pain is setting in, they're pushing through it. With 3 laps left to go. There's going to be 3 heats. So 2 more tandems coming after these girls. Chantal and Megan are going to set the pace. Keeping their speed good and steady. They're going to hear the bell as they come through the home stretch. All right, here's the bell. Make some noise. Help bring these girls home. The first heat of the Para B final. Chantal and Megan. Chantal driving this team here. Megan cranking it. There we go. Cheer them on as they come through the home stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to set the pace at a time of 4 minutes, 16.75 seconds. Woo! Yeah, well done, ladies. Congratulations. Awesome ride. Okay, next up. So that's the time to beat. 4 minutes, 16.75 seconds. Next up, we have Kavisha Baran and Patrina Talisi. These girls from Brantford. All right, our next pair is off. here in the Para B women's pursuit. Patrina is driving, Kavisha is our athlete. They're off to a pretty good start. And at the first interval, they are ahead. Again, 12 laps, 3 kilometers is the total distance they'll be running. When they come to the home stretch, they're gonna have 9 laps to go. Still looking pretty speedy out there, 43 kilometers an hour. They've moved into that first place spot after the second interval. Yeah, Kavisha looking strong. Patrina's the driver in the green helmet. Still ahead. Now they are extending their lead over Chantal and Megan with a lead of almost 5 seconds. Four laps left to go now for Patrina and Kavisha. Here in the Para B women's pursuit, we have one more heat after this. They're currently on pace. They are now extending their lead over Megan and Chantal. See if they can hold that pace with 2 laps left to go. All right, the bell rings for Kavisha and Patrina. They're on their final lap, pushing through all that pain. Digging in, right to the finish line. Here we go. Can they hold on to that first place? They're gonna cross the line with a time of, 4 minutes, 12.92 seconds. Your new leaders here in the Para B women's pursuit. Okay, next up from Team Alberta, we have Carla Shibley and Arrond Rutland. These athletes and the Team Alberta athletes are actually coached by three-time Pan Am sprint cycling champion Tanya Dubnikov. She's helping them out right there, folks. There we go, Team Alberta is off. Gonna try to beat the time set by Team Ontario of 4 minutes 12.92 seconds. Arrond is driving and Carla is our athlete. Currently ahead at the first interval. Eight laps to go for Carla and Arrond, who are extending their lead. Team Alberta leading over Team Ontario. Yeah, check this out, 44.9 kilometers an hour. They're now over 45 kilometers an hour. That's the fastest yet out of our three teams. And extending that lead, 4.5 seconds. Now they have a 6.2 second lead over Team Ontario. With 5 laps left to go. These girls are just getting faster and faster. Check this out, an almost 8-second lead now, almost 9 seconds. There it is, 9.8 second lead. They are getting faster, now up to 45.5 kilometers an hour for Carla and Arrond from Team Alberta. And they're going to come down the home stretch here with 2 laps left to go. 12.9 second lead, my goodness. I guess this is what happens when you have a world champion coaching you. Check it out, there's the bell lap. They're digging in deep. They're still giving it everything. Still over 45 kilometers an hour. Here they go. They're going to dig in deep right to the finish line. as they push it. Your pair B Canadian champions. Yeah, Carla and Arrond, congratulations, ladies, with an overwhelming time of 3 minutes, 56 seconds, 45.7 kilometers an hour. Show these ladies some love. They're all the way from out west. Team Alberta, congratulations, girls. Next up, the C4 category, men's pursuit. And we're just gonna have one team competing in that, or one person. And that's gonna be Lachlan Hotchkiss from from BC. All righty, so Lachlan Hotchkiss is going to do a total of 4 kilometers or 16 trips around the track. All right, as Lachlan builds his speed up to almost 43 kilometers an hour with 13 laps left to go. Hotchkiss from BC. All right, Lachlan Hotchkiss digging in, trying to find strength with 9 laps left to go. And after Lachlan completes his race, we're going to move on into the men's C4. I'm sorry, the Para B men's. And we're going to have 4 heats of that. All right, Lachlan still going strong here with 6 laps left to go. Fatigue setting in here for Lachlan, but he is still going strong. Finding that strength within as his legs are just screaming by now. Keep going, Lachlan. All right, this time when Lachlan comes around, make some noise because this is going to be his final lap here in the pursuit. There we go. Lachlan cranking it up a notch as he comes down through the finish line, and he's going to wrap it up in a time of 5 minutes, 41.38 seconds. Lachlan Hodgkiss from BC. Congratulations, Lachlan. Okay, now for the Para B. More tandem racing. First up from Team Ontario, Nader Ibrahim and Kobe Liberty. Kobe's going to be driving. Kobe was doing a bunch of racing yesterday and today, and now he's driving here in the Para B. These guys are going to do 4 kilometers as well, 16 trips around the track. Okay, here we go with our first heat. On Para B, men's pursuit final. Total of 16 laps around. Kobe Liberty, the driver. Nader Ibrahim, our athlete. For Team Ontario, there's going to be 4 of them, 4 pairings here. in this final. Okay, 10 laps to go. Nader and Kobe are going to set the pace here in the Para B men's pursuit final. There's 3 other heats after them. And at the halfway mark, still going strong, almost 44 kilometers an hour. The pain sets in, they're digging in deep, almost 45 kilometers an hour. 3.5 minutes have elapsed, 5 to go. They're going to set the pace here in this men's pursuit. All right, 2 laps left to go for for Nader and Kobe. And they're gonna hear the bell. There they go, there's the bell lap. Final one. They're picking up the pace here. They're gonna go for a sprint. All right, so the time to beat here in this Para B men's pursuit is going to be 5 minutes, 17.13 seconds. Well done, boys. Okay, next up, also from Team Ontario, Nathan Taylor and Nat Faulkner. And our next pairing is off. They're going to do their 16 laps. Nate Taylor and Faulkner. Already ahead at the first interval. Check this out. These guys are still building their speed. These guys are setting a blistering pace, already 6.7 seconds ahead here for Taylor and Faulkner. All right, with 10 left to go. They've now extended their lead to over 9 seconds. And these guys are just going faster and faster each lap around the track. They've now extended their lead to almost 12 seconds. With 5 to go. right, 3 to go for Faulkner and Taylor. Now have extended their lead. They're going to set the new time to beat with 2 pairings left. They're digging in. You can see the pain on their faces. They're going to hear that bell lap and go for broke as soon as they come through the home stretch. There it is. Final sprint for these guys as they bring it on home. The speed picking up, 47.5 kilometers an hour. Here we go, right down to the wire. Yes, and they take over the lead by over 14 seconds. So the new time to beat is 5 minutes, 2.7 seconds. Okay, our next pairing here in the Para B Men's Pursuit Final from Équipe du Québec, Mathieu Croteau et Benoît Daigle-Lucier. Sorry, Mathieu Croteau-Daigle and Benoît Lucier. There we go. Alors là, c'est parti pour l'équipe du Québec. Croteau-Daigle et Lucier. The time to beat is 5 minutes, 17 seconds, set by the Team Ontario duo. Laps for these guys as well. And then we have one final pairing after this. Already ahead at the beginning of the race, but it's going to be a long race, full 16 laps. But these guys are building speed quite nicely here. Yeah, already almost 3 seconds ahead after only 3 laps. Seconds ahead. All right. So Mathieu Benoît qui mène avec plus de 12 secondes en avance de l'équipe de l'Ontario. Make that 13 seconds ahead of Team Ontario now. The Quebec team now leading. All right, 7 to go for these guys. Wow, check this out. 5 to go. It'll be 4 when they come around. The home stretch here with almost 20 seconds lead over Team Ontario. And there it is. Yep, 20 seconds ahead. .9 kilometers an hour, the fastest speed we've seen yet here in this Para B final. Now finally I see some emotion on their faces. The pain is definitely setting in here. They're going to hear the bell as they come around the final turn. There we go, bell lap. And here they come, Équipe du Québec. They're going to clock a time at an amazing 4 minutes, 36.19 seconds with a 26.5-second lead over Team Ontario. Félicitations. Mathieu et Benoît, très bien fait. Bravo, les gars. Congratulations, boys. Round of applause for our Quebec team, everybody. All right, so the final pairing of Kevin Frost and Scott Laliberté, one of our excellent coaches here at the Cycling Center. He's going to be driving. Kevin Frost will be our athlete, and they will be representing Team Ontario. All right, Kevin and Scott are off. See if they can smash that time set by the Quebec team. Total of 16 laps these guys are going to be doing for a total of 4 kilometers. Looking pretty strong. At the interval, they moved up into second place as they build their speed. Scott is all about strategy, knows how to get the job done. All right, next up, U17 Women's Sprint Quarterfinal. Le quart de finale chez les femmes U17 Sprint. S'il vous plaît, à l'inspection de vélo. If you're in the U17 Sprint Quarterfinals, please head on over to Bike Check. You guys are up next. All right, so Kevin and Scott are just a hair off the pace set by the Quebec team.
So our pairing of Frost and Liberté sitting in second position. Now with 5 laps to go. Last kilometer of a pursuit is always when the effort really starts to tell, and it shows if your pacing strategy has worked. These riders will be riding to a schedule. They've plotted out what their lap times should be every lap, and the coach on the apron will be calling out their lap times to them, telling them if they're ahead or behind schedule. Final 500 meters of this race. One lap to go. Doesn't look like they're going to beat Crottodeg-Lucier, but they are still sitting in second position. Should move ahead of Taylor Faulkner. Frost La Liberté break the tape in a 4:52.985, good enough for second place, full 10 seconds ahead of our third place team. So that is our top 4 ranking. The 4 teams are done for the Para B Men Pursuit Final. This is, of course, a Paralympic cycling discipline. So the next race is going to be the quarterfinal in the U17 women's sprint competition.
Yes. All right. We are back here with the U17 women's sprint quarterfinal, la quart de finale chez les femmes U17 en sprint. Our first pairing. Oh, we're just getting the track set up. Okay, so here we go with the quarterfinals in the U17 women's sprint. There's a total of they're going to do a total of 3 laps. It's a cat and mouse kind of game. So both riders are going to try to strategize and figure out when the right time to sprint is. They're going to keep an eye on their competitor, size each other up. And then the final lap is going to be an all-out sprint. And essentially, the winner moves on to the next rounds. It's as simple as that. So these are the quarters, so next round is going to be the semis. And in the women's, we're going to have 4 heats. And there's the bell lap. Oh, boy, had a little bit of contact there from our Whitwig rider. That's Maddie Dempster, who smashed her own Canadian record this morning. She is in the lead. Kylie Stars from Callisto chasing her down in the 2 spot. Not going to be able to reel her in at the line. Well done, Maddie Dempster. She's going to move on to the semifinals. Okay, so here we go with our second heat in the quarterfinals of the U17 women's sprint. We have Sarah Van Dam in the teal. Oh, they're both wearing teal. They're both from Triple Shot. Alrighty, so Sarah Van Dam and Casey Garrison. Casey Garrison has the rainbow socks. Sarah Van Dam is on the outside there with the black helmet. Yeah, and Casey also has got some war wounds there from a crash earlier. She's back at it. And a lot of these racers, having raced together so often, they know each other's strength, they know their weaknesses, they know exactly when the right time is, but sometimes it's a crapshoot. Some riders, some heats you're gonna see the athletes going really, really slow and trying to knock them off their bike. Sometimes you'll see some of them go out an all-out sprint early on. Again, it's all about strategy. So Garrison has set the pace early, but here comes Van Dam on the outside, drafts her, then slingshots around the outside. Van Dam, there she goes, taking the lead from her teammate, Casey Garrison. And there we go, 2 British Columbia riders, well done. It's gonna be Van Dam moving on to the semifinals here in the U17 women's sprint. Okay, our third heat in the quarterfinals here. In the yellow and blue, that's Liz Archibald. Team Alberta here in the blue and white, that's Samantha Hargraves. So a total of 3 laps. We'll hear the bell on the final one. Both girls extremely strong sprinters. No stranger to being on podiums at the national level. Liz Archibald has got her eyes on Samantha. Again, Hargraves is in the Team Alberta kit in the blue and white. Archibald is in the yellow, blue, and red on the outside. Again, looking for that right time to take off, and there it is. Archibald dives down, picks up speed. Hargraves is right on her. We'll see if that move pays off here. Archibald's such a strong sprinter. Oh, here comes Hargraves. Hargraves is moving up. Can Hargraves get by her at the line and move on to the semifinals? Archibald digs in and takes it. Liz Archibald moves on to the semifinals. Okay, our 4th and final heat here in the U17 women's sprint. From Équipe du Québec, Adèle Desgagnés. She's in the Fleur-de-Lis team kit. And Megan Barnes from BC in the teal and gray kit. This is the final pairing in the U17 women's quarterfinal. We're going to go right into the U17 men's quarterfinal. So please make sure you get through bike check. All right, so the Quebec ride, Adele seems to have picked up the pace here. Megan's keeping her eye on her, keeping her distance. Again, it's all about strategy. We'll see what happens in the final lap here when the bell goes. There's the bell. Alrighty then. Hey, we got a bike race on our hands. Check it out. Oh, Megan trying to get to that black line first, but it's going to be the Quebec ride of Adele Desgagnés. Desgagnés still in the lead. Megan trying to reel her in as they come through the home stretch. It's going to be Adele Desgagnés moving on to the semifinal. Okay, so here we are in the U17 men's sprint quarterfinal, again, 4 heats. Our first pairing is going to be Tyler Rourke from Team Callisto. He's in the red and black. And Riley Pickerel from BC, Team Triple Shot. He is in the teal and gray. Riley smashed his own Canadian record this morning earlier in sprint qualifications. Again, both leaving at different times. Again, it's all about strategy. I don't think we're going to see a breakaway anytime soon from either one of these two. Oh, as they size each other up. You want some of this? Come get some of this, Riley says. And let me tell you, balancing, pushing such a huge gear like that on an embankment, not an easy task, folks. It's a lot easier going faster. Coach isn't too impressed with this, telling the boys to get up. We'll see what's going to happen. Tyler keeping an eye on Riley. Riley's played this game many times before. Riley seems to be winding up. Tyler goes high, and there we go. Riley dives down to the surprise of Tyler Rourke. Tyler wasn't expecting that so soon, and there goes the bell. Final lap. Here comes Tyler Rourke. Looks like he's out of gear. Spinning like crazy. He's picking up speed though, but here comes Rourke and Pickerel at the line. Pickerel, he's going to move on to the semifinals. Congrats, boys. Well done. A battle well fought. All right, so after the U17, the junior women are up. So junior women, please head on over to bike check. All right, our second pairing here in the U17 men's sprint quarterfinal. Tyler Davies from Tag Cycling from British Columbia. He's in the neon green outfit. And James Hedgecock from just down the road in Ancaster in the blue and yellow. Both boys enjoyed some pretty hard sprints in the points race earlier this morning. Oh, what kind of game are we playing here? This is track cycling, not trials. Hey, we get a free trials demonstration here, folks. Oh, not for long. Tyler picks it up a notch. James right with him. Again, it's all about strategy. Kind of like a poker game, really. You got to know when to hold them, right? Know when to fold them. There's no folding in track cycling, that's for sure. Knowing when to go for broke. There goes the bell. James dives down. He's right with Tyler. Tyler and James. James goes on the outside. Can he match Tyler's speed? James is out of the saddle. He's giving it all he's got. He wants to get into that semifinal. Hedgecock and Davies at the line. It's going to be tight. Hedgecock takes it, moves on through to the semifinals. That strategy sure paid off. Congratulations, boys. Okay, next up, our third pairing here, Dylan Bibick from Midweek Cycling, both boys from the Midweek Cycling team. The way you can tell them apart is Dylan's got the white socks. There you go. Andrew has the bright green and black shoes. All right, the commissary telling these guys to get moving. Enough with the games. Let's get on with the racing. We can insert the Jeopardy theme song here. Do 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 bum bum. Anytime now. Dylan and Andrew still hanging out, waiting for that opportune time. Neither one of them is giving an inch. Bell lap. Sprint, anyone? Anyone? Maybe? Now they decide to make it a bike race. Here we go. Dylan and Andrew. Andrew's on the top side. Dylan right with him. Dylan making a move on the outside at the line. Whoa! Andrew Scott moving on to the to the semifinals. We went through all that waiting for that finish. Alrighty, fourth and final heat here in the U17 men's sprint. All right, 2 BC riders are matched up. Both green helmets, both green kits. Quinn Story is on the green bike, and Ethan Gronichuk is on the black bike. All right, so Ethan leading this cat and mouse game around. Quinn right with him. Both teammates know how each other plays the game. What are they going to do to surprise each other on this one to get through to that semifinal? Alrighty, so here we have it, the first breakaway, Gronichuk takes the lead. Story, they're gonna do an all-out sprint, here we go. Gronichuk, can he hold on to it? Story's right with them along that black line. Whoa, yeah, Quinn Story moving up, now reeling him in. Is he gonna have enough track to get through to the finish line first? Oh, Gronichuk takes it. Moving on to the semi. Well done, boys. Okay, so here we go. Maintenant, chez les femmes juniors, sprint, la quart de finale. Women's quarterfinal. This is junior women's quarterfinal sprint. Just a reminder to team managers and coaches, please bring your team sheets over to the commissary booth here. Please bring your team sheets for the team events and for the Madison. Okay, and here's our first pairing here, Charlotte Toussignan and Maggie Coles-Lister in the green, Charlotte in the blue Quebec team colors. Whoa, these ladies bump and bar. I love this. A little bit of BMX action on the track. Whoa, Charlotte going low. Maggie knows how to play this game all too well. They've set a pretty quick pace here. There goes the bell. Whoa, Charlotte taking over Maggie's line. Maggie wanted to take that line. Charlotte's like, that's mine. Don't count out Maggie, such a strong sprinter. Drafting her, we'll see what happens in the last turn. There she goes. Maggie Coles-Lister moving up on the outside, sprinting right to the finish line. No problem for Maggie Coles-Lister. Awesome race, ladies. Maggie Coles-Lister from BC, Tag Cycling Race Team, moving on to the semis. Okay, our second pairing. Notre deuxième manche chez les qualifications quart de finale chez les femmes juniors, junior women's quarterfinals. Heat number 2 with Charlotte Creswick from Team Callisto. She's in the red and black. And Anne-Pascale Ouellette de l'équipe du Québec in the blue. All right, so Charlotte and Anne-Pascale. Charlotte riding her up. They're going to hear the bell shortly on the next time around. Charlotte slowing things down. We'll see who's going to break first. Charlotte gets on the gas. So does Charlotte. Here we go. Charlotte and Anne-Pascale. Anne-Pascale trying to catch back up to Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte hugging that black line, and she moves on to the semifinals. Again, just a reminder, on peut vous faire appeler au gérant. S'il vous plaît, d'amener votre fille pour les compétitions d'équipe au commissaire, s'il vous plaît. Just a reminder, all team managers and coaches, please bring your team sheets in. Okay, we are finally ready to roll here with the next heat. Heat number 3. Arrond Atwell on the outside in the Team BC colors, all in blue. And Catherine Bergeron de l'équipe du Québec in the fleur-de-lis colors on the inside. Just a reminder, coaches, please have your wheels ready. So we don't have these kinds of delays. Thank you very much. Okay, so our third pairing here in the junior women's quarterfinal for the sprint. Bergeron and Atwell. Okay, so Bergeron and Atwell. Atwell having a great points race earlier this morning. And there we go. Atwell dives down at the bell lap. Bergeron's right with her. Atwell accelerating out of turn 2. She is on the gas. Wants to move on to that semifinal. No problem there. Arrond Atwell from Team BC. We'll see her in the semifinal. Okay, our fourth and final pairing here. Notre quatrième manche de qualification. Deux coureuses de l'équipe du Québec, Joséphine Péloquin, casque blanche, et Laurie Jussaume à l'intérieur avec la casque noire. So 2 Team Quebec riders here. Josephine has the white helmet and Laurie has the black helmet. Jussaume now knows how to play this game well. Looks like she's calling the shots here. Josephine just waiting to see what's going to happen. We'll see when that final sprint comes through. There's the bell. These ladies still not sprinting yet. There we go, now we're on it. Laurie Jussaume dives down, leads this sprint. Joséphine Péloquin right behind her and gaining speed. Lauriane Jussaume still in the lead spot. As they bring it on through the final home stretch, it is going to be Jussaume. Joséphine, Laurie Jusombe, votre gagnante. She's going to be moving on to the semifinals. Okay, next up, junior men. Oh, this is going to be a good one. All right, our first pairing here in the junior men's sprint quarterfinals. Antoine D'Alterio in blue from Quebec. And Jelan Sidney from Team Callisto in the red. Oh. Bumping bars, they're going out early. Holy cow, Antoine D'Alterio knows what a threat Jelan can be. Oh, they slow it down. Jelan knows how this works. Oh. Looks like we have a mechanic. Oh, he lost his chain. Our Quebec rider lost his chain. Okay, so commissaires say we will do an immediate restart. Antoine's going to get his chain reattached. Okay, so we're going to do a restart with Antoine. He's going to start on the inside now, on the inside lane. Jelan will be on the outside. That was a little dramatic. All right, Antoine is back on his bike. He's going to get on the start line on the inside. Jelan is going to come on up and position himself on the outside. Antoine decides to take it out quick. Jelan is going to wind things up here. Antoine trying to get away. He doesn't want to play the cat and mouse. He just wants to get the heck out of Dodge because he knows what a threat Jelan is. Still 2 laps to go. Have these guys got it in him? 2 laps to go. Antoine goes high, slows it down. Not sure what's going on there. I thought Jelan was going to pass him on the inside, but Jelan makes the pass on the outside. Antoine is on the inside and is running out of gas. Jelan gets the heck out of Dodge in a hurry. Right on in to the semifinals. Woo! Where's my Callisto superfan at? Where'd he go? There you are. That kid's got legs like Kurt Harnett. Woo. Okay, our second pairing lining up. We have two Callisto riders in red. Nick Wamas has the white helmet on. Justin Carrera on the outside in the black helmet. Carrera moving on the inside. Wamas on the outside, hanging out. So going way high up on the boards. The bell's gonna ring next time they come around. They're winding things up here in the final two turns. Out of turn 4, there's the bell. Carrera, and there goes Wamas on the outside. Carrera dives down low, but Wamas gets by him. Wamas steals that line away from Carrera. On the gas as he accelerates out of turn 4 and to the finish line. We'll see Nick Wamas in the semifinal. All right, we have an East versus West pairing here. Heat number 3. Adam Outwell from BC on the outside in the blue kit, white helmet. Tristan Guillemette, l'équipe du Québec, à l'intérieur with the black helmet. Atwell and Guillemette. Guillemette leading around. Going way high up on the boards. Whoa, that was close. Atwell. Guillemette trying to get the upper edge. Atwell decides to dive down. There's the final lap bell. Guillemette now reeling him in. Atwell still accelerating, but here comes Guillemette. Guillemette now, does he have enough to get around Atwell? In the final stretch, it's going to be close. Whoa, I think the Quebec rider might have taken that. We'll go to the officials for the call on that one. And there we have it. Still waiting the official call on that, folks. Okay, the commissaires are still reviewing, but we're going to move on to the next round. While we await the results of Atwell and Guillemette, now we get underway with our there we go, Tristan Guillemette, votre gagnant. Tristan Guillemette from Quebec, moving on to the semifinals. Okay, we have an early break here. John Stewart out in front in the red. Taylor Lucas right with them. Still 2 laps of sprinting to go. Lucas is starting to reel him in. Has Stewart got it? Here comes Taylor Lucas, Team Callisto. Lucas now moving on the outside, still 1 lap left to go. Lucas takes over Stewart and moves into the lead. Taylor Lucas, Team Callisto colors. We will be seeing him in the semifinal. Good effort by John Stewart. All right, so that concludes our after morning session. We are going to come back here at 4 o'clock. Alors, on va prendre une pause et on revient à 16 heures. All right, so 4 o'clock, racing will resume. Don't go anywhere. We still have the medal ceremonies for para. Right? For all the para events, we are doing medal ceremonies. Oh, for the tandems, yeah.
How do I explain it? It was exhilarating, nimble, responding to my every touch. Moving faster than the wind. That feeling of pure driving. It was amazing.
The 2017 Lexus IS.
Okay, we're going to be doing the medal ceremonies for the para B, so the tandems. Please make your way over to the podium. Alors, pour les tandems, para B, on va faire la remise des médailles tout de suite. Merci. Okay, so we are ready to roll here with our tandem, our para B women's pursuit medal ceremony. Making the medal presentation this afternoon is Monsieur Guillaume Plourde, who is our national next-gen paracycling coach. And your Canadian champions, your gold medalists from Alberta, Carla and Aaron. Congratulations, ladies. Your silver medalists from Ontario, Kavisha and Patrina. And your bronze medalist from Ontario, give it up for Megan and Chantel. No? Okay. Next. Okay, now on to the men's tandem, the Para B men's pursuit. Okay. Your gold medalist from Équipe du Québec, fait du bruit pour Mathieu et Benoît. Your silver medalists, Kevin and Scott, Team Ontario. And your bronze medalists, also Team Ontario, Nathan and Nathan. All right, congratulations on to all of our champions here in the Para B, the tandem men's pursuit. Alors, merci à tous. On va reprendre les courses à 16h cet après-midi. All right, thank you to everybody for coming. We will be resuming racing at 4 o'clock this afternoon.